Section Xlif. Vaisampayana said, the gods and the Gandharvas then, understanding the wishes of India, procured an excellent argyre and reverenced the son of Pritha in a hurry. And giving water to wash both his feet and face, they caused the prince to enter the palace of Indra. And thus worshipped, Jaishan continued to live in the abode of his father. And the son of Pandu continued all the while to acquire celestial weapons, together with the means of withdrawing them. And he received from the hands of Sakra his favourite weapon of irresistible force, viz., the thunderbolt, and those other weapons also, of tremendous roar, viz., the lightnings of the heaven, whose flashes are inferable from the appearance of clouds and the dancing of peacocks. And the son of Pandu, after he had obtained those weapons, recollected his brothers. And at the command of Indra, however, he lived for full 5 years in heaven, surrounded by every comfort and luxury. After some time, when Arjuna had obtained all the weapons, Indra addressed him in due time, saying, O son of Kunti, learn thou music and dancing from Chitrasena. Learn the instrumental music that is current among the celestials and which existeth not in the world of men. For, O son of Kunti, it will be to thy benefit. And Purandara gave Chitrasena as a friend unto Arjuna. And the son of Pritha lived happily in peace with Chitrasena. And Chitrasena instructed Arjuna all the while in music, vocal and instrumental, and in dancing. But the active Arjuna obtained no peace of mind, remembering the unfair play at dice of Sakuni, the son of Shivala, and thinking with rage of Dasasana and his death. When, however, his friendship with Chitrasena had ripened fully, he at times learned the unrivaled dance and music practiced among the Gandharvas. And at last, having learned various kinds of dance and diverse species of music, both vocal and instrumental, that slayer of hostile heroes obtained no peace of mind, remembering his brothers and mother Kunti. Section XRV. Vaisampayana said, one day, knowing that Arjuna's glances were cast upon Nirvasi, Vasava, calling Chitrasena to himself, addressed him in private, saying, O king of Gandharvas, I am pleased. Go thou as my messenger to that foremost of Apsaras, Urvasi, and let her wait upon the tiger among men, Vulgana. Tell her, saying these words of mine, as through my instrumentality Arjuna hath learnt all the weapons and other arts, worshipped by all, so shouldst thou make him conversant with the arts of acquitting oneself in female company. Thus addressed by Indra, the chief of the Gandharvas, in obedience to that command of Vasava, soon went to Urvasi, that foremost of Apsaras. And as he saw her, she recognized him and delighted him by the welcome she offered and the salutation she gave. And seated at ease, he then smilingly addressed Urvasi, who also was seated at ease, saying, Let it be known, O thou of fair hips, that I come hither dispatched by the one sole Lord of heaven, who asketh of thee a favour. He who is known amongst gods and men for his many inborn virtues, for his grace, behaviour, beauty of person, vows and self-control, who is noted for might and prowess, and respected by the virtuous, and ready-witted, who is endued with genius and splendid energy, is of a forgiving temper and without malice of any kind, who hath studied the 4 Vedas with their branches, and the Upanishads, and the Puranas also, who is endued with devotion to his preceptors and with intellect possessed of the 8 attributes, who by his abstinence, ability, origin and age, is alone capable of protecting the celestial regions like Bhagavat himself, who is never boastful, who showeth proper respect to all, who beholdeth the minutest things as clearly as if those were gross and large, who is sweet-speeched, who showereth diverse kinds of food and drink on his friends and dependents, who is truthful, worshipped of all, eloquent, handsome, and without pride, who is kind to those devoted to him, and universally pleasing and dear to all, who is firm in promise, who is equal to even Mahendra and Varuna in respect of every desirable attribute, viz., Arjuna, is known to thee. O Urvasi, know thou that hero is to be made to taste the joys of heaven. Commanded by Indra, let him today obtain thy feet. Do this, O amiable one, for Dhananjaya is inclined to thee. Thus addressed, Urvasi of faultless features assumed a smiling face, and receiving the words of the Gandharva with high respect, answered with a glad heart, saying, hearing of the virtues that should adorn men, as unfolded by thee, I would bestow my favours upon any one who happened to possess them. Why should I not then choose Arjuna for a lover? At the command of Indra, and for my friendship for thee, and moved also by the numerous virtues of Falguna, I am already under the influence of the god of love. Go thou, therefore, to the place thou desirest. I shall gladly go to Arjuna. Section XLVI. Vaisampayana said, having thus sent away the Gandharva successful in his mission, Urvasi of luminous smiles, moved by the desire of possessing Falguna, took a bath. And having performed her ablutions, she decked herself in charming ornaments and splendid garlands of celestial odour. And inflamed by the god of love, and her heart pierced through and through by the shafts shot by Manmathra, keeping in view the beauty of Arjuna, and her imagination wholly taken up by the thoughts of Arjuna, she mentally sported with him on a wide and excellent bed laid over with celestial sheets. And when the twilight had deepened and the moon was up, that Apsara of high hips sent out for the mansions of Arjuna. And in that mood, and with her crisp, soft and long braids decked with bunches of flowers, she looked extremely beautiful. With her beauty and grace, and the charm of the motions of her eyebrows and of her soft accents, and her own moon-like face, she seemed to dread challenging the moon himself. And as she proceeded, her deep, finely tapering bosoms, decked with a chain of gold and adorned with celestial unguents and smeared with fragrant sandal paste, began to tremble. And in consequence of the weight of her bosoms, she was forced to slightly stoop forward at every step, bending her waist exceedingly beautiful with 3 folds. And her loins of faultless shape, the elegant abode of the god of love, furnished with fair and high and round hips and wide at their lower part as a hill, and decked with chains of gold, and capable of shaking the saintship of anchorites, being decked with thin attire, appeared highly graceful, and her feet with fair suppressed ankles, and possessing flat soles and straight toes of the colour of burnished copper and dorsum high and curved like tortoise back and marked by the wearing of ornaments furnished with rows of little bells, looked exceedingly handsome, and exhilarated with a little liquor which she had taken, and excited by desire, and moving in diverse attitudes and expressing a sensation of delight, she looked more handsome than usual. And though heaven abounded with many wonderful objects, yet when Urvasi proceeded in this manner, the Siddhas and Charanas and Gandharvas regarded her to be the handsomest object they had cast their eyes upon. And the upper half of her body clad in an attire of fine texture and cloudy hues, she looked resplendent like a digit of the moon in the firmament shrouded by fleecy clouds. And endued with the speed of the winds or the mind, she of luminous smiles soon reached the mansion of Falguna, the son of Pandu. And, O best of men, Urvasi of beautiful eyes, having arrived at the gate of Arjuna's abode, sent word through the keeper in attendance. And, on receiving permission, she soon entered that brilliant and charming palace. But, O monarch, upon beholding her at night in his mansion, Arjuna, with a fear-stricken heart, stepped up to receive her with respect, and as soon as he saw her, the son of Pritha, from modesty, closed his eyes. And saluting her, he offered the Apsara such worship as is offered unto a superior. And Arjuna said, O thou foremost of the Apsaras, I reverence thee by bending my head down. O lady, let me know thy commands. I wait upon thee as thy servant. Vaisampayana continued. Hearing these words of Filgana, Urvasi became deprived of her senses. And she soon represented unto Arjuna all that had passed between her and the Gandharva, Chitrasena. And she said, O best of men, I shall tell thee all that hath passed between me and Chitrasena, and why I have come hither. On account of thy coming here, O Arjuna, Mahendra had convened a large and charming assembly, in which celestial festivities were held. And to that assembly came, O best of men, the Rudras and the Adityas and the Aswins and the Vasas. And there came also numbers of great rishis and royal sages and siddhas and charanas and yakshas and great nagas. And, O thou of expansive eyes, the members of the assembly resplendent as fire or the sun or the moon, having taken their seats according to rank, honor, and prowess, O son of Sakra, the Gandharvas began to strike the venas and sing charming songs of celestial melody. And, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, the principal Apsaras also commenced to dance. Then, O son of Pritha, thou hadst looked on me only with a steadfast gaze. When that assembly of the celestials broke, commanded by thy father, the gods went away to their respective places. And the principal Apsaras also went away to their abodes, and others also, O slayer of foes, commanded by thy father and obtaining his leave. It was then that Chitrasena sent to me by Sakra, and arriving at my abode, O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, he addressed me, saying, O thou of the fairest complexion, I have been sent unto thee by the chief of the celestials. Do thou something that would be agreeable to Mahendra and myself and to thyself also. O thou of fair hips, seek thou to please Arjuna, who is brave in battle even like Sakra himself, and who is always possessed of magnanimity. Even these, O son of Pritha, were his words. Thus, O sinless one, commanded by him and thy father also, I come to thee in order to wait upon thee, O slayer of foes. My heart hath been attracted by thy virtues, and am already under the influence of the god of love. And, O hero, even this is my wish, and I have cherished it forever. Vaisampayana continued, while in heaven, hearing her speak in this strain, Arjuna was overcome with bashfulness. And shutting his ears with his hands, he said, O blessed lady, fie on my sense of hearing, when thou speakest thus to me. For, O thou of beautiful face, thou art certainly equal in my estimation unto the wife of a superior. Even as Kunti here, even this is my wish, and I have cherished it forever. Some text is obviously missing here. JBH, of high fortune or Saki the queen of Indra, art thou to me, O auspicious one, of this there is no doubt. That I had gazed particularly at thee, O blessed one, is true. There was a reason for it. I shall truly tell it to thee, O thou of luminous smiles. In the assembly I gazed at thee with eyes expanded in delight, thinking, even this blooming lady is the mother of the Kaurava race. O blessed Apsara, it behoveth thee not to entertain other feelings towards me, for thou art superior to my superiors, being the parent of my race. Hearing these words of Arjuna, Urvasi answered, saying, O son of the chief of the celestials, we Apsaras are free and unconfined in our choice. It behoveth thee not, therefore, to esteem me as thy superior. The sons and grandsons of Puru's race, that have come hither in consequence of ascetic merit, do all sport with us, without incurring any sin. Relent, therefore, O hero, it behoveth thee not to send me away. I am burning with desire. I am devoted to thee. Accept me, O thou giver of proper respect. Arjuna replied, O beautiful lady of features perfectly faultless, listen. I truly tell thee. Let the four directions and the transverse directions, let also the gods listen. O sinless one, as Kunti, or Madri, or Saki, is to me, so art thou, the parent of my race, an object of reverence to me. Return, O thou of the fairest complexion, I bend my head unto thee, and prostrate myself at thy feet. Thou deservest my worship as my own mother, and it behoveth thee to protect me as a son. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Patha. Urvasi was deprived of her senses by wrath. Trembling with rage, and contracting her brows, she cursed Arjuna, saying, Since thou disregardest a woman come to thy mansion at the command of thy father and of her own motion, a woman, besides, who is pierced by the shafts of karma, therefore, O Patha, thou shalt have to pass thy time among females unregarded, and as a dancer, and destitute of manhood and scorned as a eunuch. Vaisampayana continued, having cursed Arjuna thus, Urvasi's lips still quivered in anger, herself breathing heavily all the while. And she soon returned to her own abode. And that slayer of foes, Arjuna, also sought Chitrasena without loss of time. And having found him, he told him all that had passed between him and Urvasi in the night. And he told Chitrasena everything as it had happened, repeatedly referring to the curse pronounced upon him. And Chitrasena also represented everything unto Sakra. And Harivahana, calling his son unto himself in private, and consoling him in sweet words, smilingly said, O thou best of beings, having obtained thee, O child, Pritha hath today become a truly blessed mother. O mighty armed one, thou hast now vanquished even rishis by the patience and self-control. But, O giver of proper respect, the curse that Urvasi hath denounced on thee will be to thy benefit. O child, and stand thee in good stead. O sinless one, ye will have on earth to pass the 13th year of your exile, unknown to all. It is then that thou shalt suffer the curse of Urvasi. And having passed 1 year as a dancer without manhood, thou shalt regain thy power on the expiration of the term. Thus addressed by Sakra, that slayer of hostile heroes, Fulgana experienced great delight and ceased to think of the curse. And Ananjaya, the son of Pandu, sported in regions of heaven with the Gandharva Chitrasena of great celebrity. The desires of the man that listeneth to this history of the son of Pandu never run after lustful ends. The foremost of men, by listening to this account of the awfully pure conduct of Fulgana, the son of the Lord of the Celestials, become void of pride and arrogance and wrath and other faults, and ascending to heaven, sport there in bliss. Section Xlvi. Vaisampayana said, one day, the great Rishi Lomasa, in course of his wanderings, went to the abode of Indra, desirous of beholding the Lord of the Celestials. And the great Muni, having approached the chief of the gods, bowed to him respectfully. And he beheld the son of Bandu occupying half of the seat of Vasava, and worshipped by the great rishis, that foremost of Brahmanas sat on an excellent seat at the desire of Sakra. And beholding Arjuna seated on Indra's seat, the rishi began to think as to how Arjuna, who was a Kshatriya, had attained to the seat of Sakra himself. What acts of merit had been performed by him, and what regions had been conquered by him, by ascetic merit, that he had obtained a seat that was worshipped by the gods themselves. And as the rishi was employed with these thoughts, Sakra, the slayer of Vritra, came to know of them. And having known them, the Lord of Sakya addressed Lomasa with a smile and said, Listen, O Brahmarshi, about what is now passing in thy mind. This one is no mortal, though he hath taken his birth among men. O great Rishi, the mighty armed hero is even my son born of Kunti. He hath come hither in order to acquire weapons for some purpose. Alas! Dost thou not recognize him as an ancient rishi of the highest merit? Listen to me, O Brahmana, as I tell thee who is and why he hath come to me. Those ancient and excellent rishis who were known by the names of Nara and Narayana are, no, O Brahmana, none else than Rishikasa and Ananjaya. And those rishis, celebrated throughout the 3 worlds, and known by the names of Nara and Narayana, have, for the accomplishment of a certain purpose, been born on earth, for the acquisition of virtue. That sacred asylum which even gods and illustrious rishis are not competent to behold, and which is known throughout the world by the name of Vadari, and situate by the source of the Ganga, which is worshipped by the Siddhas and the Charanas, was the abode, O Brahmana, of Vishnu and Jishnu. Those rishis of blazing splendor have, O Brahmashi, at my desire, been born on earth, and endued with mighty energy, will lighten the burden thereof. Besides this, there are certain asuras known as Nivatakavashas, who, proud of the boon they have acquired, are employed in doing us injuries. Boastful of their strength, they are even now planning the destruction of the gods. For, having received a boon, they no longer regard the gods. Those fierce and mighty Danavas live in the nether regions. Even old celestials together are incapable of fighting with them. The blessed Vishnu, the slayer of Madhu, he, indeed, who is known on earth as Kapila, and whose glance alone, O exalted one, destroyed the illustrious sons of Sagara, when they approached him with louder sounds in the bowels of the earth. That illustrious and invincible Hari is capable, O Brahmana, of doing us a great service. Either he or Pathu or both may do us that great service, without doubt. Verily, as the illustrious Hari had slain the Nagas in the great lake, he, by sight alone, is capable of slaying those asuras called the Nivatakavashas, along with their followers. But the slayer of Madhu should not be urged when the task is insignificant. A mighty mass of energy that he is. It swelleth to increasing proportions. It may consume the whole universe. This Arjuna also is competent to encounter them all, and the hero, having slain them in battle, will go back to the world of men. Go thou at my request to earth. Thou wilt behold the brave Yudhishthira living in the woods of Kamyaka. And for me tell thou the virtuous Yudhishthira of unbaffled prowess in battle, that he should not be anxious on account of Filgana, for that hero will return to earth a thorough master of weapons, for without sanctified prowess of arms, and without skill in weapons, he would not be able to encounter Bhishma and Drona and others in battle. Thou wilt also represent unto Yudhishthira that the illustrious and mighty armed Gurdakisa, having obtained weapons, hath also mastered the science of celestial dancing and music, both instrumental and vocal. And thou wilt also tell him, O King of men, O Slayer of foes, thyself also, accompanied by all thy brothers, should see the various sacred shrines. For having bathed in different sacred waters, thou wilt be cleansed from thy sins, and the fever of thy heart will abate. And then thou wilt be able to enjoy thy kingdom, happy in the thought that thy sins have been washed off. And, O foremost of Brahmanas, endued with ascetic power, it behoveth thee also to protect Yudhishthira during his wandering over the earth. Fierce Rakshasas ever live in mountain fastnesses and rugged steppes. Protect thou the king from those cannibals. After Mahendra had spoken thus unto Lomasa, Vatsu also reverently addressed the Rishi, saying, Protect thou ever the son of Pandu. O best of men, let the king, O great Rishi, protected by thee, visit the various places of pilgrimage and give away unto Brahmanas in charity. Vaisampayana continued, the mighty ascetic Lomasa, having answered both, saying, So be it, set out for the earth, desirous of arriving at Kamvaka. And having arrived at those woods, he beheld the slayer of foes and son of Kunti, King Yudhishthira the Just, surrounded by ascetics and his younger brothers. Section Xlvi. Janamejaya said, These feats of Pritha's son endued with immeasurable energy were certainly marvelous. O Brahmana, what did Dhritarashtra of great wisdom say when he heard of them? Vaisampayana said, Ambika's son, King Dhritarashtra, having heard of Arjuna's arrival and stay at Indra's abode, from Dwapayana, that foremost of rishis, spake unto Sanjaya, saying, O charioteer, dost thou know in detail the acts of the intelligent Arjuna, of which I have heard from beginning to end? O charioteer, my wretched and sinful son is even now engaged in a policy of the most vulgar kind. Of wicked soul, he will certainly depopulate the earth. The illustrious person whose words even in jest are true, and who hath Dhananjaya to fight for him, is sure to win the 3 worlds. Who that is even beyond the influence of death and decay will be able to stay before Arjuna, when he will scatter his barbed and sharp-pointed arrows whetted on stone. My wretched sons, who have to fight with the invincible Pandavas, are indeed all doomed. Reflecting day and night, I see not the warrior amongst us that is able to stay in battle before the wielder of the Gandhiva. If Drona, or Kana, or even Bhishma advance against him in battle, a great calamity is likely to befall the earth. But even in that case, I see not the way to our success. Kana is kind and forgetful. The preceptor Drona is old, and the teacher of Arjuna, however, is wrathful, and strong, and proud, and of firm and steady prowess. As all these warriors are invincible, a terrible fight will take place between them. All of them are heroes skilled in weapons and of great reputation. They would not wish for the sovereignty of the world, if it was to be purchased by defeat. Indeed, peace will be restored only on the death of these or of Fulgana. The slayer of Arjuna, however, existeth not, nor doth one that can vanquish him. Oh, how shall that wrath of his which hath myself for its object be pacified? Equal unto the chief of the celestials, that hero gratified Agni at Kandava and vanquished all the monarchs of the earth on the occasion of the great Rajasuya. O Sanjaya, the thunderbolt falling on the mountain top, leaveth a portion unconsumed, but the shafts, O child, that are shot by Iriti leave not a rack behind. As the rays of the sun heat this mobile and immobile universe, so will the shafts shot by Arjuna's hands scorch my sons. It seemeth to me that the chamas of the Bharatas, terrified at the clatter of Arjuna's chariot wheels, are already broken through in all directions. Vitri hath created Arjuna as an all-consuming destroyer. He stayeth in battle as a foe, vomiting and scattering swarms of arrows. Who is there that will defeat him? Section 6. Sanjaya said, That which hath been uttered by thee, O king, with respect to Duryodhana is all true. Nothing that thou hast said, O Lord of the earth, is untrue. The Pandavas of immeasurable energy have been filled with rage at the sight of Krishna, their wedded wife of pure fame, brought in the midst of the assembly. Hearing also those cruel words of Dasasna and Karna, they have been so incensed, O king, that they will not, I ween, forgive the Kurus, on my account. I have heard, O king, how Arjuna hath gratified in battle by means of his bow the god of gods, Stanu of 11 forms. The illustrious lord of all the gods, Pardon himself, desirous of testing Fulgana, fought with him, having assumed the guise of a Kairata. And that it was that the Lokapala, in order to give away their weapons unto the bull of the Kuru race, showed themselves unto him of undeteriorating prowess. What other man on earth, except Fulgana, would strive to have a sight of these gods in their own forms? And, O king, who is there that will weaken in battle Arjuna, who could not be weakened by Maeswara himself possessed of 8 forms? Thy sons, having dragged Draupadi, and thereby incensed the sons of Pandu, have brought this frightful and horrifying calamity upon themselves. Beholding Duryodhana showing both his thighs unto Draupadi, Bhima said with quivering lips, Wretch! Those thighs of thine will I smash with my fierce descending mace, on the expiration of 13 years. All the sons of Pandu are the foremost of smiters, all of them are of immeasurable energy, all of them are well versed in every kind of weapons. Foes, They are incapable of being vanquished even by the gods. Incensed at the insult offered to their wedded wife, Britha's sons, urged by wrath, will, I ween, slay all thy sons in battle. Dhritarashtra said, O charioteer, what mischief hath been done by Karna uttering those cruel words to the sons of Pandu? Was not the enmity sufficient that was provoked by bringing Krishna into the assembly? How can my wicked sons live, whose eldest brother and preceptor walketh not in the path of righteousness? Seeing me void of eyesight, and incapable of exerting myself actively, my wretched son, O charioteer, believeth me to be a fool, and listeneth not to my words. Those wretches also that are his counsellors, viz., Karna and Shivala, and others, always pander to his vices, as he is incapable of understanding things rightly. The shafts that Arjuna of immeasurable prowess may lightly shoot, are capable of consuming all my sons, leave alone those shafts that he will shoot, impelled by anger. The arrows urged by the might of Arjuna's arms and shot from his large bow, and inspired with mantras capable of converting them into celestial weapons, can chastise the celestials themselves. He who hath for his counsellor and protector and friend that smiter of sinful men, the Lord of the three worlds, Hari himself, encountereth nothing that he cannot conquer. This, O Sanjaya, is most marvellous in Arjuna that, as we have heard, he hath been clasped by Mahadeva in his arms. That also which Falguna, assisted by Damodara, did of old towards helping Agni in the conflagration of the Khandava, hath been witnessed by all the world. When, therefore, Bhima and Partha and Vasudeva of the Satwata race become enraged, surely my sons along with their friends and the Shivalas are all unequal to fight with them. Section L. Janamejaya said, having sent the heroic sons of Bandu into exile, these lamentations, O moon, of Dhritarashtra were perfectly futile. Why did the king permit his foolish son Duryodhana to thus incense those mighty warriors, the sons of Pandu? Tell us now, O Brahmana, what was the food of the sons of Pandu while they lived in the woods? Was it of the wilderness, or was it the produce of cultivation? Vaisampayana said, those bulls among men, collecting the produce of the wilderness and killing the deer with pure arrows, first dedicated a portion of the food to the Brahmanas, and themselves are the rest. For, O king, while those heroes wielding large bows lived in the woods, they were followed by Brahmanas of both classes, viz., those worshipping with fire and those worshipping without it. And there were 10,000 illustrious Snataka Brahmanas, all conversant with the means of salvation, whom Yudhishthira supported in the woods, and killing with arrows urus and the black deer and other kinds of clean animals of the wilderness. He gave them unto those Brahmanas. And no one that lived with Yudhishthira looked pale or ill, or was lean or weak, or was melancholy or terrified. And the chief of the Kurus, the virtuous king Yudhishthira, maintained his brothers as if they were his sons, and his relatives as if they were his uterine brothers. And Draupadi of pure fame fed her husbands and the Brahmanas, as if she was their mother, and last of all took her food herself. And the king himself wending towards the east, and Bhima towards the south, and the twins towards the west and the north, daily killed with bow in hand the deer of the forest, for the sake of meat. And it was that the Pandavas lived for 5 years in the woods of Kamyaka, in anxiety at the absence of Arjuna, and engaged all the while in study and prayers and sacrifices. Section L. Vaisampayana said, that bull among men, Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, having heard of this wonderful way of life, so above that of men, of the sons of Pandu, was filled with anxiety and grief, and overwhelmed with melancholy and sighing heavily and hot. That monarch, addressing his charioteer Sanjaya, said, O charioteer, a moment's peace I have not, either during the day or the night, thinking of the terrible misbehavior of my sons arising out of their past gambling, and thinking also of the heroism, the patience, the high intelligence, the unbearable prowess, and the extraordinary love unto one another of the sons of Pandu. Amongst the Pandavas, the illustrious Snakala and Sahadeva, of celestial origin and equal unto the chief himself of the celestials in splendor, are invincible in battle. They are firm in the wielding of weapons, capable of shooting at a long distance, resolute in battle, of remarkable lightness of hand, of wrath that is not easily quelled, possessed of great steadiness, and endued with activity, possessed of the prowess of lions, and unbearable as the Aswins themselves, when they will come to the field of battle with Bhima and Arjuna in front. I see, O Sanjaya, that my soldiers will all be slain without a remnant. Those mighty warriors of celestial origin, unrivaled in battle by anybody, filled with rage at the remembrance of that insult to Draupadi, will show no forgiveness. The mighty warriors of the Vrishnis also, and the Panchalas of great energy, and the sons of Pritha themselves, led by Vasudeva of unbaffled prowess, will blast my legions. O charioteer, all the warriors on my side assembled together, and not competent to bear the impetus of the Vrishnis alone, and commanded by Rama and Krishna. And amongst them will move that great warrior Bhima of terrible prowess, armed with his iron mace held on high and capable of slaying every hero. And high above the din will be heard the twang of the Gandiva loud as the thunder of heaven. The impetus of Bhima's mace and the loud twang of the Gandiva are incapable of being stood against by any of the kings on my side. It is then, O Sanjaya, that obedient as I have been to the voice of Duryodhana, I shall have to call back the rejected counsels of my friends, counsels that I should have attended to in time. Sanjaya said, This hath been thy great fault, O king, viz., that, though capable, thou didst not, from affection, prevent thy son from doing what he hath done. The slayer of Manu, that hero of unfading glory, hearing that the Pandavas had been defeated at Dice, soon went to the woods of Kamyaka and consoled them there. And Draupadi's sons also, headed by Drishthadama, and Virata, and Drishtaketu, and those mighty warriors, the Kikayas, all went there. All that was said by these warriors at the sight of Pandu's son defeated at Dice, was learnt by me through us spies. I have also told thee all, O king. When the slayer of Madhu met the Pandavas, they requested him to become the charioteer of Falguna in battle. Hari himself, thus requested, answered them, saying, So be it. And even Krishna himself, beholding the sons of Pritha dressed in deerskins, became filled with rage, and addressing Yudhishthira, said, That prosperity which the sons of Pritha had acquired at Indraprastha, and which, unobtainable by other kings, was beheld by me at the Rajasuya sacrifice, at which, besides, I saw all kings, even those of the Vangas and Angas and Pondras and Odras and Klas and Dravidas and Andikas, and the chiefs of many islands and countries on the seaboard, as also of frontier states, including the rulers of the Sinhalas, the barbarous Malechas, the natives of Lanka, and all the kings of the west by hundreds, and all the chiefs of the sun coast, and the kings of the Pallavas and the Daradas, and the various tribes of the Kairatas and Yavanas and Sakras and the Harahunas and Chinas and Takaras and the Sindhavas and the Jagadas and the Ramathas and the Mandas and the inhabitants of the kingdom of women and the Tanganas and the Kikayas and the Mallavas and the inhabitants of Kashmira. Afraid of the prowess of your weapons, present in obedience to your invitation, performing various offices, that prosperity, O king, so unstable and waiting at present on the foe, I shall restore to thee, depriving thy foe of his very life. I shall, O chief of the Kuras, assisted by Rama and Bhima and Arjuna and the twins and Akrura and Gada and Shambhava and Pradama and Ahuka and the heroic Drishthadama and the son of Sasupala, slay in battle in course of a day Duryodhana and Karna and Dusasana and Shivala's son and all others who may fight against us. And thou shalt, O Bharata, living at Hastinapur along with thy brothers, and snatching from Dhritarashtra's party the prosperity they are enjoying, rule this earth. Even these, O king, were Krishna's words unto Yudhishthira, who, on the conclusion of Krishna's speech, addressed him in that meeting of heroes and in the hearing of all those brave warriors headed by Drishthadhyumna, saying, O Janardana, I accept these words of thine as truth. O thou of mighty arms, do thou, however, slay my enemies along with all their followers on the expiry of 13 years. O Kesava, promise this truly unto me. I promised in the presence of the king to live in the forest as I am now living. Consenting to these words of King Yudhishthira the Just, his counsellors headed by Drishthadhyumna soon pacified the incensed Kesava with sweet words and expressions suitable to the occasion. And they also said unto Draupadi of pure deeds in the hearing of Vasudeva himself, these words, O lady, in consequence of thy anger, Duryodhana shall lay down his life. We promise it, O thou of the fairest complexion. Therefore, grieve no more. O Krishna, those that mocked thee, beholding thee won at dice, shall reap the fruit of their act. Beasts of prey and birds shall eat their flesh, and mock them thus. Jackals and vultures will drink their blood. And, O Krishna, thou shalt behold the bodies of those wretches that dragged thee by the hair prostrate on the earth, dragged and eaten by carnivorous animals. They also that gave thee pain and disregarded thee shall lie on the earth destitute of their heads, and the earth herself shall drink their blood. These and other speeches of various kinds were uttered there, O king, by those bulls of the Bharata race. All of them are endued with energy and bravery, and marked with the marks of battle. On the expiration of the 13th year, those mighty warriors, chosen by Yudhishthira and headed by Vasudeva, will come to the field of battle. Rama and Krishna and Ananjaya and Pradyumna and Shambhava and Ayudhana and Bhima and the sons of Madri and the Kakaya princes and the Panchala princes, accompanied by the king of Matsya, these all, illustrious and celebrated and invincible heroes, with their followers and troops, will come. Who is that, desiring to live, will encounter these in battle, resembling angry lions of erect manes? Apostrophe. Dhritarashtra said, What Vidura told me at the time of the game at dice, if thou seekest, O king, to vanquish the Pandavas, at dice, then certainly a terrible bloodshed ending in the destruction of all the Kurus will be the result. I think it is about to be realized. As Vidura told me of old, without doubt a terrible battle will take place, as soon as the pledged period of the Pandavas expireth. Section Nalopakayanapava. Janamjaya said, when the Haisudpatha went to Indra's region for obtaining weapons, what did Yudhishthira and the other sons of Pandu do? Vaisampayana said, when the Haisudpatha went to Indra's region for obtaining weapons, those bulls of the Bharata race continued to dwell with Krishna in the woods of Kamyaka. One day, those foremost of the Bharatas, afflicted with grief, were seated with Krishna on a clean and solitary sward. Grieving for Dhananjaya, overwhelmed with sorrow, their voices were choked with weeping. Tortured by Dhananjaya's absence, grief afflicted them equally. And filled with sorrow at their separation from Arjuna and at the loss of their kingdom, the mighty armed Bhima among them addressed Yudhishthira, saying, that bull of the Bharata race, Arjuna, O great king, on whom depend the lives of Pandu's sons, and on whose death the Panchalas, as also ourselves with our sons and Satyaki and Vasudeva are sure to die, hath gone away at thy behest. What can be sadder than this, that the virtuous Vatsa hath gone away at thy command, thinking of his many griefs? Depending upon the might of that illustrious hero's arms, regard our foes as already vanquished in battle, and the whole earth itself as already acquired by us. It was for the sake of that mighty warrior that I refrained from sending to the other world all the Dhritarashtras along with the chevaliers, in the midst of the assembly. Gifted with might of arms, and supported by Vasudeva, we have to suppress the wrath that hath been roused in us, because thou art the root of that wrath. Indeed, with Krishna's help, slaying our foes headed by Kana, we are able to rule the entire earth, thus, conquered by our own arms. Endued with manliness, we are yet overwhelmed with calamities, in consequence of thy gambling vice, while the foolish Dhritarashtra are growing stronger with the tributes, gathered from dependent kings. O mighty monarch, it behoveth thee to keep in view the duties of the Kshatriya. O great king, it is not the duty of a Kshatriya to live in the woods. The wise are of the opinion that to rule is the foremost duty of a Kshatriya. O king, thou art conversant with Kshatriya morality. Do not, therefore, deviate from the path of duty. Turning away from the woods, let us, summoning Partha and Janardana, slay, O king, the sons of Dhritarashtra, even before the 12 years are complete. O illustrious monarch, O king of kings, even if these Dhritarashtras be surrounded by soldiers in array of battle, I shall send them to the other world by dint of might alone. I shall slay all the sons of Dhritarashtra along with the sore valors, indeed, Duryodhana, Karna, and anyone else that will fight with me. And after I shall have slain all our foes, thou mayst come back unto the woods. By acting thus, O king, no fault will be thine. Or if any sin be thine, O repressor of foes, O mighty monarch, washing it off, O sire, by various sacrifices, we may ascend to a superior heaven. Such a consummation may come to pass, if our king proveth not unwise or procrastinating. Thou art, however, virtuous. Verily the deceitful should be destroyed by deceit. To slay the deceitful by deceit is not regarded as sinful. O Bharata, it is also said by those versed in morality that one day and night is, O great prince, equal unto a full year. The Veda text also, Exalted One, is often heard, signifying that a year is equivalent to a day when passed in the observance of certain difficult vows. O thou of unfading glory, if the Vedas are an authority with thee, regard thou the period of a day and something more as the equivalent of 13 years. O repressor of foes, this is the time to slay Duryodhana with his adherents. Else, O king, he will beforehand bring the whole earth obedient to his will. O foremost of monarchs, all this is the result of thy addiction to gambling. We are on the verge of destruction already, in consequence of thy promise of living 1 year undiscovered. I do not find the country where, if we live, the wicked-minded Sayadani may not be able to trace us by his spies. And finding us out, that wretch will again deceitfully sound us into such exile in the woods. Or if that sinful one beholdeth us emerge, after the expiry of the pledged period of non-discovery, he will again invite thee, O great king, to dice, and the play will once more begin. Summoned once more, thou wilt again efface thyself at dice. Thou art not skilled at dice, and when summoned at play, thou wilt be deprived of thy senses. Therefore, O mighty monarch, thou wilt have to lead a life in the woods again. If, O mighty king, it behoveth thee not to make us wretched for life, observe thou fully the ordinance of the Vedas, which inculcateth that, verily the deceitful ought to be slain by deceit. If I but have thy command, I would go to Hastinapura, and, even as fire falling upon a heap of grass consumeth it, would slay Duryodhana, putting forth my utmost might. It behoveth thee, therefore, to grant me the permission. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Bhima, King Yudhishthira the Just, smelt the crown of that son of Pandu, and pacifying him said, O mighty armed one, without doubt, thou wilt, assisted by the wielder of the Gandiva, slay Suryodhana at the expiry of the 13th year. But, O son of Pritha, as for thy assertion, O Lord, the time is complete, I cannot dare tell an untruth, for untruth is not in me. O son of Kunti, without help or fraud, wilt thou kill the wicked and irrepressible Duryodhana, with his allies? While Yudhishthira the just was speaking unto Bhima thus, there came the great and illustrious Rishi Vrihadaswa before them. And beholding that virtuous ascetic before him, the righteous king worshipped him according to the ordinance, with the offering of Madhupaka. And when the ascetic was seated and refreshed, the mighty-armed Yudhishthira sat by him, and looking up at the former, addressed him thus in exceedingly piteous accents. O Holy One, summoned by cunning gamblers skilled at dice, I have been deprived of wealth and kingdom through gambling. I am not an adept at dice, and am unacquainted with deceit. Sinful men, by unfair means, vanquished me at play. They even brought into the public assembly my wife dearer unto me than life itself. And defeating me a second time, they have sent me to distressful exile in this great forest, clad in deerskins. At present I am leading a distressful life in the woods in grief of heart. Those harsh and cruel speeches they addressed me on the occasion of that gambling match, and the words of my afflicted friends relating to the match at dice and other subjects, are all stored up in my remembrance. Recollecting them I pass the whole night in sleepless anxiety. Deprived also of the company of the illustrious wielder of the Gandiva, on whom depend the lives of us all, I am almost deprived of life. Oh, when shall I see the sweet-speeched and large-hearted Vatsu, so full of kindness and activity, return to us, having obtained our weapons? Is there a king on this earth who is more unfortunate than myself? Hast thou ever seen or heard of any such before? To my thinking, there is no man more wretched than I am. Vrihadaswa said, O great king, O son of Pandu, thou sayest, there is no person more miserable than I am, O sinless monarch. If thou wilt listen, I will relate unto thee the history of a king more wretched than thyself. Vaisampayana continued, and thereupon the king said unto the ascetic, O illustrious one, tell me, I desire to hear the history of the king who had fallen into such a condition. Vrihadaswa said, O king, O thou that never fallest off, listen attentively with thy brothers, I will narrate the history of a prince more miserable than thyself. There was a celebrated king among the Nishadas, named Virasena. He had a son named Nala, versed in the knowledge of virtue and wealth. It hath been heard by us that king was deceitfully defeated by Pushkara, and afflicted with calamity. He dwelt in the woods with his spouse. And, O king, while he was living in the forest, he had neither slaves nor cars, neither brother nor friends with him. But thou art surrounded by thy heroic brothers like unto the celestials, and also by foremost regenerate ones like unto Brahma himself. Therefore, it behoveth thee not to grieve. Yudhishthira said, I am anxious to hear in detail, O thou foremost of eloquent men, the history of the illustrious Nala. It behoveth thee therefore to relate it unto me. Section Li. Vrihadaswa said, there was a king named Nala, the son of Virasena. And he was strong, and handsome, and well versed in the knowledge of horses, and possessed of every desirable accomplishment. And he was at the head of all the kings, even like the Lord of the Celestials. And exalted over all, he resembled the sun in glory. And he was the king of the Nishadas, intent on the welfare of the Brahmanas, versed in the Vedas, and possessed of heroism. And he was truth-telling, fond of dice, and the master of a mighty army. And he was the beloved of men and women, and of great soul and subdued passions. And he was the protector of all, and the foremost of bowmen, and like unto Manu himself. And like him, there was among the Vidarbhas a king named Bhima, of terrible prowess, heroic and well-disposed towards his subjects and possessed of every virtue. But withal, he was childless, and with a fixed mind, he tried his utmost for obtaining issue. And, O Bharata, there came unto him, once, a Brahmarshi named Damana. And, O King of Kings, desirous of having offspring, Bhima, versed in morality, with his queen gratified that illustrious Rishi by a respectful reception. And Damana, well pleased, granted unto the king and his consort a boon in the form of a jewel of a daughter, and 3 sons possessed of lofty souls and great fame. And they were called respectively Damayanti, and Dama and Danta, and illustrious Damana. And the 3 sons were possessed of every accomplishment and terrible mien and fierce prowess. And slender wasted Damayanti, in beauty and brightness, in good name and grace and luck, became celebrated all over the world. And on her attaining to age, hundreds of handmaids and female slaves, decked in ornaments, waited upon her like Saki herself. And Bhima's daughter of the faultless features, decked in every ornament, shone in the midst of her handmaids, like the luminous lightning of the clouds. And the large-eyed damsel was possessed of great beauty like that of Sri herself. And neither among celestials, nor among yakshas, nor among men was anybody possessed of such beauty, seen or heard of before. And the beautiful maiden filled with gladness the hearts of even the gods. And that tiger among men, Nala, also had not his peer in the 3 worlds, for in beauty he was like Kanapa himself in his embodied form. And moved by admiration, the heralds again and again celebrated the praises of Nala before Damayanti and those of Damayanti before the ruler of the Nishadas. And repeatedly hearing of each other's virtues, they conceived an attachment towards each other not begot of sight. And that attachment, O son of Kunti, began to grow in strength. And then Nala was unable to control the love that was in his bosom. And he began to pass much of his time in solitude in the gardens adjoining the inner apartment of his palace. And there he saw a number of swans furnished with golden wings, wandering in those woods. And from among them he caught one with his hands. And thereupon the sky ranging one said unto Nala, Deserve I not to be slain by thee, O king? I will do something that is agreeable to thee, O king of the Nishadas. I will speak of thee before Damayanti in such a way that she will not ever desire to have any other person for her lord. Thus addressed, the king liberated that swan. And those swans then rose on their wings and went to the country of the Vidarbhas. And on arriving at the city of the Vidarbhas, the birds lighted before Damayanti, who beheld them all. And Damayanti, in the midst of her maids, beholding those birds of extraordinary appearance, was filled with delight, and strove without loss of time to catch those coursers of the skies. And the swans at this, before that bevy of beauties, fled in all directions. And those maidens that pursued the birds, each running after one. And the swan after which Damayanti ran, having led her to a secluded spot, addressed her in human speech, saying, O Damayanti, there is a king amongst the Nishadas named Nala. He is equal unto the Aswins in beauty, not having his peer among men. Indeed, in comeliness, he is like Kanapa himself in his embodied form. O fair-complexioned one, O thou of slender waist, if thou becomest his wife, thy existence and this thy beauty may be of purpose. We have, indeed, beheld celestials and Gandharvas, and Nagas, and Rakshasas, and men, but never saw we before any one like Nala. Thou also art a jewel among thy sex, as Nala is the prime among men. The union of the best with the best is happy. Thus addressed by the swan, Damayanti, O monarch, replied unto him there, saying, Do thou speak thus unto Nala also, saying, So be it, to the daughter of Vidarbha, the aviprous one, O king, return to the country of the Nishadas, and related everything unto Nala. Section Lif. Vrihadaswara said, O Bharata, hearing those words of the swan, Damayanti thenceforth lost all peace of mind on account of Nala, and heaving frequent sighs she was filled with anxiety, and became melancholy and pale-faced and lean. And with her heart possessed by the god of love, she soon lost colour, and with her upturned gaze and modes of abstraction, looked like one demented. And she lost all inclination for beds and seats and object of enjoyment. And she ceased to lie down by day or night, always weeping with exclamation of "Oh!" and "Alas!" And beholding her uneasy and fallen into that condition, her handmaids represented, O king, the matter of her illness unto the ruler of Vidarbha by indirect hints. And King Bhima, hearing of this from the handmaids of Damayanti, regarded the affair of his daughter to be serious. And he asked himself, Why is it that my daughter seemeth to be so ill now? And the king, reflecting by himself that his daughter had attained to puberty, concluded that Damayanti's Swayamvara should take place. And the monarch, O exalted one, invited all the rulers of the earth, saying, Ye heroes, know that Damayanti's Swayamvara is at hand. And all the kings, hearing of Damayanti's Swayamvara, came unto Bhima, agreeable to his message, filling the earth with the clatter of their cars, the roar of their elephants, and the neighing of their horses, and accompanied with their fine-looking battalions decked in ornaments and graceful garlands. And the mighty armed Bhima paid due reverence unto those illustrious monarchs, and duly honoured by him they took up their quarters there. And at the juncture, those foremost of celestial rishis possessed of great splendour, of great wisdom and great vows, namely, Narada and Parvata, having arrived in course of their wandering at the regions of Indra, entered the mansion of the Lord of the Immortals, receiving proper worship. And Maghavat, having worshipped them reverentially, inquired after their undisturbed peace and welfare as regards all respects. And Narada said, O Lord, O Divine One, peace attendeth us in every respect. And, O Maghavat, peace attendeth also O Exalted One, the kings of the whole world. Vrihadaswara continued. Hearing the words of Narada, the Slava of Vala and Vrittara said, Those righteous rulers of the earth who fight renouncing all desire of life, and who meet death when their time is come by means of weapons, without flying from the field, theirs is this region, everlasting unto them, and granting all desires, even as it is to me. Where be those Kshatriya heroes? I do not see those kings approach. Now, where are my favourite guests? Thus addressed by Sakra, Narada replied, Listen, O Mahavat, why sayest not thou the kings, now? The ruler of the Vidarbhas hath a daughter, the celebrated Damayanti. In beauty she transcendeth all the women of the earth. Her Swayamvara, O Sakra, will take place shortly. Thither are going all the kings and princes from all directions. And all the lords of the earth desire to have that pearl of the earth, desire to have her eagerly, O Slava of Vala and Vrittara. And while they were talking thus, those foremost of the immortals, the Lokapalas with Agni among them, appeared before the Lord of the Celestials. And all of them heard the words of Narada fraught with grave import. And as soon as they heard them, they exclaimed in rapture, We also will go there. And, O mighty monarch, accompanied by their attendants and mounted on their respective vehicles, they set out for the country of Vidarbhas, whither had gone all the kings. And, O son of Kunti, the high-souled king Nala, also hearing of that concourse of kings, set out with a cheerful heart, full of Damayanti's love. And it came to pass that the gods saw Nala on the way treading on the earth, and his form owing to its beauty was like that of the god of love himself. And beholding him resplendent as the sun, the Lokapalas were filled with astonishment at his wealth of beauty, and abandoned their intention. And, O king, leaving their cars in the sky. The dwellers of heaven alighted from the welkin and spake unto the ruler of the Nishadas, saying, O foremost of monarchs ruling the Nishadas, O Nala, thou art devoted to truth. Do thou help us. O best of men, be thou our messenger. Section LV. Vrihadaswa continued, O Bharata, Nala pledged his word to the celestials, saying, I will do it. And then approaching these, he asked with folded hands, Who are ye? And who also is he that desireth me to be his messenger? And what, further, shall I have to do for you? O tell me truly! When the king of the Nishadas spoke thus, Maghavat replied, saying, Know us as the immortals come hither for Damayanti's sake. I am Indra, this one is Agni, this the Lord of Waters, and this, O king, is even Yama, the destroyer of the bodies of men. Do thou inform Damayanti of our arrival, saying, The guardians of the world, consisting of the great Indra and the others, are coming to the assembly, desirous of beholding the Swayamvara. The gods, Sakra and Agni and Varuna and Yama, desire to obtain thee. Do thou, therefore, choose one of them for thy lord. Thus addressed by Sakra, Nala said with joined hands, I have come here with the self-same object. It behoveth thee not to send me on this errand. How can a person who is himself under the influence of love bring himself to speak thus unto a lady on behalf of others? Therefore, spare me, ye gods. The gods, however, said, O ruler of the Nishadas, having promised first, saying, I will. Why wilt thou not act accordingly now? O ruler of the Nishadas, tell us this without delay. Vrihadaswa continued, thus addressed by those celestials, the ruler of Nishadas spake again, saying, Those mansions are well guarded. How can I hope to enter them? Indra replied, Thou shalt be able to enter. And, saying, So be it, Nala thereupon went to the palace of Damayanti. And having arrived there, he beheld the daughter of the king of Vidarbha surrounded by her handmaids, blazing in beauty and excelling in symmetry of form, of limbs exceedingly delicate, of slender waist and fair eyes. And she seemed to rebuke the light of the moon by her own splendor. And as he gazed on that lady of sweet smiles, Nala's love increased, but desirous of keeping his truth, he suppressed his passion. And at the sight of Nishada, overpowered by his effulgence, those first of women sprang up from their seats in amazement. And filled with wonder at his sight, they praised Nala in gladness of heart. And without saying anything, they mentally paid him homage. Oh, what comeliness! Oh, what gentleness belongeth to this high-souled one! Who is he? Is he some god or yaksha or Gandharva? And those foremost of women, confounded by Nala's splendor and bashfulness, would not accost him at all in speech. And Damayanti, although herself struck with amazement, smilingly addressed the warlike Nala, who also gently smiled at her, saying, What art thou, O thou of the faultless features, that hast come here awakening my love? O sinless one, O hero of celestial form, I am anxious to know who thou art that hast come hither. And why hast thou come hither? And how is it that thou hast not been discovered by any one, considering that my apartments are well guarded and the king's mandates are stern? Thus addressed by the daughter of the king of the Vidarbhas, Nala replied, O beauteous lady, know that my name is Nala. I come here as the messenger of the gods. The celestials, Sakra, Agni, Varuna and Yama, desire to have thee. O beautiful lady, do thou choose one of them for thy lord. It is through their power that I have entered here and perceived, and it is for this reason that none saw me on my way or obstructed my entrance. O gentle one, I have been sent by the foremost of the celestials even for this object. Hearing this, O fortunate one, do what thou pleasest. Section LVI. Vrihadaswa said, Damayanti, having bowed down unto the gods, thus addressed Nala with a smile, O king, love me with proper regard, and command me what I shall do for thee. Myself and what else of wealth is mine are thine. Grant me, O exalted one, thy love in full trust. O king, the language of the swans in burning me. It is for thy sake, O hero, that I have caused the kings to meet. O giver of proper honour, if thou forsake me who adore thee, for thy sake will I resort to poison, or fire, or water, or the rope. Thus addressed by the daughter of the king of the Vidarbhas, Nala answered her saying, with the Lokaplas present, choosest thou a man? Do thou turn thy heart to those high-suit lords, the creators of the worlds, and to the dust of whose feet I am not equal. Displeasing the gods, a mortal cometh by death. Save me, O thou of the faultless limbs. Choose thou the all-excelling celestials. By accepting the gods, do thou enjoy spotless robes, and celestial garlands of variegated hues, and excellent ornaments. What woman would not choose as her lord Hutasana, the chief of the celestials, who compassing the earth's wall with it? What woman would not choose him as her lord, the dread of whose mace induceth all creatures to tread the path of virtue? And what woman would not choose as her lord the virtuous and high-souled Mahendra, the lord of the celestials, the chastiser of deities and Danavas? Or, if thou canst choose in thy heart Varuna amongst the Lokaplas, do so unhesitatingly. O accept this friendly advice. Thus addressed by Nshada, Damayanti, with eyes bathed in tears of grief spake thus unto Nala, O Lord of the earth, bowing to all the gods, I choose thee for my lord. Truly do I tell thee this. The king, who had come as the messenger of the gods, replied unto the trembling Damayanti standing with folded hands, O amiable one, do as thou pleasest. Having given my pledge, O blessed one, unto the gods in especial, how can I, having come on others' mission, dare seek my own interest? If seeking my own interest consists with virtue, I will seek it, and do thou also, O beauteous one, act accordingly. Then Damayanti of luminous smiles slowly spake unto King Nala, in words choked with tears, O Lord of men, I see a blameless way, by which no sin whatever will attach unto thee. O King, do thou, O foremost of men, come to the Swayamvara in company with all the gods headed by Indra. There, O monarch, in the presence of the Lokaplas I will, O tiger among men, choose thee, at which no blame will be thine. Thus addressed, O monarch, by the daughter of Vidarbha, King Nala returned to where the gods were staying together, and beholding him approach those great gods, the Lokaplas, eagerly asked him about all that had happened, saying, Hast thou, O king, seen Damayanti of sweet smiles? What hath she said unto us all? O sinless monarch, tell us everything. Nala answered, Commanded by you I entered Damayanti's palace, furnished with lofty portals guarded by veteran warders bearing wands. And as I entered, no one perceived me, by virtue of your power, except the princess. And I saw her handmaids, and they also saw me. And, O exalted celestials, seeing me, they were filled with wonder. And as I spake unto her of you, the fair-faced maiden, her will fixed on me, O ye best of the gods, chose me for her spouse. And the maiden said, Let the gods, O tiger among men, come with thee to the Swayamvara, I will in their presence choose thee. At this, O thou of mighty arms, no blame will attach to thee. This is all, ye gods, that took place, as I have said. Finally, everything rests with you, ye foremost of celestials. Section VI. Vrihadaswa continued. Then at the sacred hour of the holy lunar day of the auspicious season, King Bhima summoned the kings to the Swayamvara. And hearing of it, all the lords of earth smit with love speedily came thither, desirous of possessing Damayanti. And the monarchs entered the amphitheatre decorated with golden pillars and a lofty portal arch, like mighty lions entering the mountain wilds. And those lords of earth decked with fragrant garlands and polished earrings hung with jewels seated themselves on their several seats. And that sacred assembly of kings, graced by those tigers among men, resembled the Bhagavati swarming with the Nagas, or a mountain cavern with tigers. And their arms were robust, and resembling iron maces, and well-shaped, and graceful, and looking like 5-headed snakes, and graced with beautiful locks and fine noses and eyes and brows. The countenance of the kings shone like stars in the firmament. And, when the time came, Damayanti, of beauteous face, stealing the eyes and hearts of the princes by her dazzling light, entered the hall. And the glances of those illustrious kings were riveted to those parts of her person where they had chanced to fall first, without moving at all. And when, O Bharata, the names of the monarchs were proclaimed, the daughter of Bhima saw 5 persons all alike in appearance. And beholding them seated there, without difference of any kind in form, doubt filled her mind, and she could not ascertain which of them was King Nala. And at whomsoever, among them, she looked, she regarded him to be the king of the Nishadas. And filled with anxiety, the beauteous one thought within herself, "Oh, how shall I distinguish the celestials, and how discern the royal Nala?" And thinking thus, the daughter of Vidarbha became filled with grief. And, O Bharata, recollecting the marks belonging to the celestials, of which she had heard, she thought, "Those attributes of the celestials, of which I have heard from the aged, do not pertain to any of these deities present here upon the earth." And revolving the matter long in her mind, and reflecting upon it repeatedly, she decided upon seeking the protection of the gods themselves. And bowing down unto them with mind and speech, with folded hands, she addressed them trembling, "Since I heard the speech of the swans, I chose the king of the Nishadas as my lord. For the sake of truth, oh, let the gods reveal him to me. And as in thought or word I have never swerved from him, oh, let the gods, for the sake of that truth, reveal him to me. And as the gods themselves have destined the ruler of the Nishadas to be my lord, oh, let them, for the sake of that truth, reveal him to me. And as it is for paying homage unto Nala that I have adopted this vow, for the sake of that truth, oh, let the gods reveal him unto me, oh, let the exalted guardians of the worlds assume their own proper forms, so that I may know the righteous king." Hearing these piteous words of Damayanti, and ascertaining her fixed resolve, and fervent love for the king of Nishadas, the purity of her heart and her inclination and regard and affection for Nala, the gods did as they had been adjured, and assumed their respective attributes as best they could. And thereupon she beheld the celestials unmoistened with perspiration, with winkless eyes, and unfading garlands, unstained with dust, and staying without touching the ground. And Shada stood revealed to his shadow, his fading garlands, himself stained with dust and sweat, resting on the ground with winking eyes. And, O Bharata, discerning the gods and the virtuous Nala the daughter of Bhima chose Shada according to her truth. And the large-eyed damsel then bashfully caught the hem of his garment and placed round his neck a floral wreath of exceeding grace. And when that fair complexion maiden had thus chosen Nala for her husband, the kings suddenly broke out into exclamations of "Oh!" and "Alas!" And, O Bharata, the gods and the great rishis in wonder cried "Excellent! Excellent!" applauding the king the while. And, O Kauravya, the royal son of Virasena, with heart filled with gladness, comforted the beauteous Damayanti, saying, "Since thou, O blessed one, hast chosen a mortal in the presence of the celestials, know me for a husband even obedient to thy command. And, O thou of sweet smiles, truly do I tell thee this, that as long as life continueth in this body of mine, I will remain thine and thine alone. Damayanti also, with folded hands paid homage unto Nala in words of like import. And the happy pair beholding Agni and the other gods mentally sought their protection. And after the daughter of Bhima had chosen Shada as her husband, the Lokapalas of exceeding effulgence with pleased hearts, bestowed on Nala 8 boons. And Sakra, the lord of Sakhi, bestowed on Nala the boon that he should be able to behold his godship in sacrifices and that he should attain to blessed legions thereafter. And Hutasana bestowed on him the boon of his own presence whenever Nshada wished, and regions also bright as himself. And Yama granted him subtle taste in food as well as preeminence in virtue. And the Lord of Waters granted Nala his own presence whenever he desired, and also garlands of celestial fragrance. And thus each of them bestowed upon him a couple of boons. And having bestowed these the gods went to heaven. And the kings also, having witnessed with wonder Damayanti's selection of Nala, returned delighted whence they had come. And on the departure of those mighty monarchs, the high-souled Bhima, well pleased, celebrated the wedding of Nala and Damayanti. And having stayed there for a time according to his desire, Nshada, the best of men, returned to his own city with the permission of Bhima. And having attained that pearl of a woman, the virtuous king, O monarch, began to pass his days in joy, like the slayer of Vala and Vritra in the company of Sikhi. And resembling the sun in glory, the king, full of gladness, began to rule his subjects righteously, and give them great satisfaction. And like unto Yayati, the son of Nuashah, that intelligent monarch celebrated the horse sacrifice and many other sacrifices with abundant gifts to Brahmanas. And like unto a very god, Nala sported with Damayanti in romantic woods and groves. And the high-minded king begat upon Damayanti a son named Indrasena, and a daughter named Indrisana. And celebrating sacrifice, and sporting, with Damayanti, thus, the king ruled the earth abounding in wealth. Section VI. Vrihadaswa said, when the blazing guardians of the worlds were returning after the daughter of Bhima had chosen Shada, on their way they met Dwapara with Kali approaching towards them. And seeing Kali, Sakra the slayer of Vala and Vritra, said, O Kali, say whither thou art going with Dwapara. And thereupon Kali replied unto Sakra, going to Damayanti's Swayamvara, will I obtain her for my wife, as my heart is fixed upon that damsel. Hearing this, Indra said with a smile, that Swayamvara is already ended. In her sight she hath chosen Nala for her husband. Thus answered by Sakra, Kali, that vilest of the celestials, filled with wrath, addressing all those gods spake, since in the presence of the celestials she hath chosen a mortal for her lord, it is meet that she should undergo a heavy doom. Upon hearing these words of Kali, the celestials answered, it is with our sanction that Damayanti hath chosen Nala. What damsel is there that would not choose King Nala endued with every virtue? Well versed in all duties, always conducting himself with rectitude, he hath studied the 4 Vedas together with the Puranas that are regarded as the 5th. Leading the life of harmlessness unto all creatures, he is truth-telling and firm in his vows, and in his house the gods are ever gratified by sacrifices held according to the ordinance. In that tiger among men, that king resembling a Lokapala, is truth, and forbearance, and knowledge, and asceticism, and purity, and self-control, and perfect tranquility of soul. O Kali, the fool that wisheth to curse Nala bearing such a character, curseth himself, and destroyeth himself by his own act. And, O Kali, he that seeketh to curse Nala crowned with such virtues, sinketh into the wide bottomless pit of hell rife with torments. Having said this to Kali and Dwapara, the gods went to heaven. And when the gods had gone away, Kali said unto Dwapara, I am malleable, O Dwapara, to suppress my anger. I shall possess Nala, deprive him of his kingdom, and he shall no more sport with Bhima's daughter. Entering the dice, it behoveth thee to help me. Section Licks. Vrihadaswa said, having made this compact with Adwapara, Kali came to the place where the king of the Nishadas was. And always watching for a hole, he continued to dwell in the country of the Nishadas for a long time. And it was in the 12th year that Kali saw a hole. For one day after answering the call of nature, Nishada touching water said his twilight prayers, without having previously washed his feet. And it was through this, a mission, that Kali entered his person. And having possessed Nala, he appeared before Pushkara, and addressed him, saying, "Come and play at dice with Nala. Through my assistance thou wilt surely win at the play. And defeating King Nala and acquiring his kingdom, do thou rule the Nishadas." Thus exhorted by Kali, Pushkara went to Nala. And Dwapara also approached Pushkara, becoming the principal die called Vrisha. And appearing before the warlike Nala, that slayer of hostile heroes, Pushkara repeatedly said, "Let us play together with dice." Thus challenged in the presence of Damayanti, the lofty-minded king could not long decline it. And he accordingly fixed the time for the play. And possessed by Kali, Nala began to lose, in the game, his stakes in gold, and silver, and cars with the teams thereof, and robes. And maddened at dice, no one amongst his friends could succeed in dissuading that repressor of foes from the play that went on. And thereupon, O Bharata, the citizens in a body, with the chief councillors, came thither to behold the distressed monarch and make him desist. And the charioteer coming to Damayanti spake to her of this, saying, "O lady, the citizens and officers of the state wait at the gate. Do thou inform the king of the Nishadas that the citizens have come here, unable to bear the calamity that hath befallen their king conversant with virtue and wealth." Thereupon Bhima's daughter, overwhelmed with grief and almost deprived of reason by it, spake unto Nala in choked accents, "O king, the citizens with the councillors of state, urged by loyalty, stay at the gate desirous of beholding thee. It behoveth thee to grant them an interview." But the king, possessed by Kali, uttered not a word in reply unto his queen of graceful glances, uttering thus her lamentations. And at this, those councillors of state as also the citizens, afflicted with grief and shame, returned to their homes, saying, "He liveth not." And, O Yudhishthira, it was thus that Nala and Pushkara gambled together for many months, the virtuous Nala being always worsted. Section LX. Vrihadaswa said, Bhima's daughter, the ghoul-headed Damayanti, seeing the righteous king maddened and deprived of his senses at dice, was filled, O king, with alarm and grief. And she thought the affair to be a serious one with the king. And apprehensive of the calamity that threatened Nala, yet seeking his welfare and at last understanding that her lord had lost everything, she said unto her nurse and maid servant Vrihatsana of high fame, intent upon her good, dexterous in all duties, faithful and sweet-speeched, these words, O Vrihatsana, go thou and summon the councillors in the name of Nala, and tell them also what of wealth and other things hath been lost and what remaineth. The councillors then, hearing of Nala's summons, said, This is fortunate for us, and approached the king. And when the subjects in a body had, thus, come a second time, the daughter of Bhima informed Nala of it. But the king regarded her not. Finding her husband disregarding her words, Damayanti, filled with shame, returned to her apartments. And hearing that the dice were uniformly unfavourable to the virtuous Nala, and that he had lost everything, she again spake unto her nurse, saying, O Vrihatsana, go thou again in Nala's name to bring hither, O blessed one, the charioteer, Vashnya. The matter at hand is very serious. And Vrihatsana, hearing those words of Damayanti, caused Vashnya to be summoned by trusty servants. And the blameless daughter of Bhima, acquainted with conduct suitable to time and place, addressing soft words, said, according to the occasion, "Thou knowest how the king hath always behaved towards thee. He is now in difficulty, and it behoveth thee to assist him. The more the king looseth to Pushkara, the greater becometh his ardour for the play. And as the dice fall obedient to Pushkara, it is seen that they are adverse to Nala in the matter of the play. And absorbed in the play, he heedeth not the words of his friends and relatives, nor even those of mine. I do not think, however, that in this the High Sultan Shadda is to blame, inasmuch as the king regarded not my words, being absorbed in play. O charioteer, I seek thy protection. Do my behest. My mind misgiveth me. The king may come to grief. Yoking Nala's favourite horses endued with the fleetness of the mind, do thou take these twins, my son and daughter, on the car and hie thou to Kundina, leaving the children there with my kindred, as also the car and the horses. Either stay thou there, or go to any other place as it listeth thee." Varshnaya, the charioteer of Nala, then reported in detail these words of Damayanti unto the chief officers of the king. And having settled the matter, in consultation with them, and obtaining their assent, O mighty monarch, the charioteer started for Vidarbha, taking the children on that car, and leaving the boy Indrisana and the girl Indrisana, as also that best of cars and those steeds. The charioteer, with a sad heart grieving for Nala, bade farewell unto Bhima. And wandering for some time, he arrived at the city of Ayodhya. And there he appeared with a sorrowful heart before King Richupana, and entered the service of that monarch as charioteer. Section LXI. Vrihadaswara said, after Varshnaya had gone away, Pushkara won from the righteous Nala that latter's kingdom and what else of wealth he had. And unto Nala, O king, who had lost his kingdom, Pushkara laughingly said, "Let the play go on. But what stake hast thou now? Damayanti only remaineth, all else of thine hath been won by me. Well, if thou likest, that Damayanti be a stake now." Hearing these words of Pushkara, the virtuous king felt as if his heart would burst in rage, but he spake not a word. And gazing at Pushkara in anguish, King Nala of great fame took all the ornaments off every part of his body, and attired in a single piece of cloth, his body uncovered, renouncing all his wealth, and enhancing the grief of friends, the king set out. And Damayanti, clad in one piece of cloth, followed him behind as he was leaving the city. And coming to the outskirts of the city, Nala stayed there for 3 nights with his wife. But Pushkara, O king, proclaimed through the city that he that should show any attention to Nala would be doomed to death. And on account of these words of Pushkara and knowing his malice towards Nala, the citizens, O Yudhishthira, no longer showed him hospitable regards. And unregarded though deserving of hospitable regards, Nala passed 3 nights in the outskirts of the city, living on water alone. And afflicted with hunger, the king went away in search of fruit and roots, Damayanti following him behind. And in agony of famine, after many days, Nala saw some birds with plumage of golden hue. And thereupon the mighty lord of the Nishadas thought within himself, "These will be my banquet today and also my wealth." And then he covered them with the cloth he had on. When bearing up that garment of his, the birds rose up to the sky. And beholding Nala nude and melancholy, and standing with face turned towards the ground, those rangers of the sky addressed him, saying, "O thou of small sense, we are even those dice. We had come hither wishing to take away thy cloth, for it pleased us not that thou shouldst depart even with thy cloth on." And finding himself deprived of his attire, and knowing also that the dice were departing with it, the virtuous Nala, O king, thus spake unto Damayanti, "O faultless one, they through whose anger I have been despoiled of my kingdom, they through whose influence, distressed and afflicted with hunger, I am unable to procure sustenance, they for whom the Nishadas offered me not any hospitality, they, O timid one, are carrying off my cloth, assuming the form of birds. Fallen into this dire disaster, I am afflicted with grief and deprived of my senses. I am thy Lord. Do thou, therefore, listen to the words I speak for thy good. These many roads lead to the southern country, passing by the city of Avanti and the Rikshavat mountains. This is that mighty mountain called Vindhya, yon, the river Payasvini running seawards, and yonder are the asylums of the ascetics, furnished with various fruit and roots. This road leadeth to the country of the Vidarbhas, and that to the country of the Koslas. Beyond these roads to the south is the southern country. Addressing Bhima's daughter, O Bharata, he distressed King Nala spake those words unto Damayanti over and over again. Thereupon afflicted with grief, in a voice choked with tears, Damayanti spake unto Nishada these piteous words, O king, thinking of thy purpose, my heart trembleth, and all my limbs become faint. How can I go, leaving thee in the lone woods despoiled of thy kingdom and deprived of thy wealth, thyself without a garment on, and worn with hunger and toil? When in the deep woods, fatigued and afflicted with hunger, thou thinkest of thy former bliss, I will, O great monarch, soothe thy weariness. In every sorrow there is no physic equal unto the wife, say the physicians. It is the truth, O Nala, that I speak unto thee. Hearing those words of his queen, Nala replied, O slender-waisted Damayanti, it is even as thou hast said. To a man in distress, there is no friend or medicine that is equal unto a wife. But I do not seek to renounce thee, wherefore, O timid one, dost thou dread this? O faultless one, I can forsake myself, but thee I cannot forsake. Damayanti then said, If thou dost not, O mighty king, intend to forsake me, why then dost thou point out to me the way to the country of the Vidarbhas? I know, O king, that thou wouldest not desert me. But, O Lord of the earth, considering that thy mind is distracted, thou mayst desert me. O best of men, thou repeatedly pointest out to me the way, and it is by this, O God-like one, that thou enhancest my grief. If it is thy intention that I should go to my relatives, then if it pleaseth thee, both of us will wend to the country of the Vidarbhas. O giver of honours, there the king of the Vidarbhas will receive thee with respect. And honoured by him, O king, thou shalt live happily in our home. Section XCI. Nala said, Surely, thy father's kingdom is as my own. But thither I will not, by any means, repair in this extremity. Once I appeared there in glory, increasing thy joy. How can I go there now in misery, augmenting thy grief? Vrihadaswa continued, saying this again and again unto Damayanti. King Nala, wrapped in half a garment, comforted his blessed wife. And both attired in one cloth and wearied with hunger and thirst, in course of their wanderings, at last they came to a sheltered shed for travellers. And arrived at this place, the king of the Nishadas sat down on the bare earth with the princes of Vidarbha, and wearing the same piece of cloth, with Damayanti, and dirty, and haggard, and stained with dust, he fell asleep with Damayanti on the ground in weariness. And suddenly plunged in distress, the innocent and delicate Damayanti, with every mark of good fortune, fell into a profound slumber. And, O monarch, while she slept, Nala, with heart and mind distraught, could not slumber calmly as before. And reflecting on the loss of his kingdom, the desertion of his friends, and his distress in the woods, he thought with himself, What availeth my acting thus? And what if I act not thus? Is death the better for me now? Or should I desert my wife? She is truly devoted to me, and suffereth this distress for my sake. Separated from me, she may perchance wander to her relatives. Devoted as she is to me, if she stayeth with me, distress will surely be hers, while it is doubtful if I desert her. On the other hand, it is not unlikely that she may even have happiness some time. Reflecting upon this repeatedly, and thinking of it again and again, he concluded, O monarch, that the desertion of Damayanti was the best course for him. And he also thought of high fame and auspicious fortune, and devoted to me, her husband. She is incapable of being injured by anyone on the way on account of her energy. Thus his mind, that was influenced by the wicked Kali, dwelling upon Damayanti, was made up for deserting her. And then thinking of his own want of clothing, and of her being clad in a single garment, he intended to cut off for himself one half of Damayanti's attire. And he thought, how shall I divide this garment, so that my beloved one may not perceive? And thinking of this, the royal Nala began to walk up and down that shed. And, O Bharata, pacing thus to and fro, he found a handsome sword lying near the shed, unsheathed. And that represser of foes, having, with that sword cut off one half of the cloth, and throwing the instrument away, left the daughter of Daba insensible in her sleep, and went away. But his heart failing him, the king of the Nishadas returned to the shed, and seeing Damayanti, again burst into tears. And he said, Alas! That beloved one of mine, whom neither the god of wind nor the sun had seen before, even she sleepeth today on the bare earth, like one forlorn, clad in this severed piece of cloth, and lying like one distracted. How will the beauteous one of luminous smiles behave when she awaketh? How will the beautiful daughter of Bhima, devoted to her lord, all alone and separated from me, wander through these deep woods inhabited by beasts and serpents? O blessed one, may the Adityas and the Vasas, and the twin-ass winds together with the Marutas protect thee, thy virtue being thy best guard. And addressing thus his dear wife peerless on earth in beauty, Nala strove to go, reft of reason by Kali. Departing and still departing, King Nala returned again and again to that shed, dragged away by Kali but drawn back by love. And it seemed as though the heart of the wretched king was rent in twain, and like a swing, he kept going out from cabin and coming back into it. At length, after lamenting long and piteously, Nala, stupefied and bereft of sense by Kali, went away, forsaking that sleeping wife of his. Reft of reason through Kali's touch, and thinking of his conduct, the king departed in sorrow, leaving his wife alone in that solitary forest. Section Lxi. Vrihadaswa said, O king, after Nala had gone away, the beauteous Damayanti, now refreshed, timorously awoke in that lonely forest. And O mighty monarch, not finding her lord Nishada, afflicted with grief and pain, she shrieked aloud in fright, saying, O lord, O mighty monarch, O husband, dost thou desert me? O, I am lost and undone, frightened in this desolate place. O illustrious prince, thou art truthful in speech, and conversant with morality. How hast thou then, having pledged thy word, deserted me asleep in the woods? Oh, why hast thou deserted thy accomplished wife, even devoted to thee, particularly one that hath not wronged thee, though wronged thou hast been by others? O King of men, it behoveth thee to act faithful, according to those words thou hadst spoken unto me before in the presence of the guardians of the worlds. O bull among men, that thy wife liveth even a moment after thy desertion of her, is only because mortals are decreed to die at the appointed time. O bull among men, enough of this joke. O irrepressible one, I am terribly frightened. O Lord, show thyself. I see thee. I see thee, O King. Thou art seen, O Nishada, hiding thyself behind those shrubs. Why dost thou not reply unto me? It is cruel of thee, O great King, that seeing me in this plight and so lamenting, thou dost not, O King, approach and comfort me. I grieve not for myself, nor for anything else. I only grieve to think how thou wilt pass thy days alone, O King. in the evening oppressed with hunger and thirst and fatigue, underneath the trees, how wilt it take with thee when thou seest me not? And then Damayanti, afflicted with anguish and burning with grief, began to rush hither and thither, weeping in woe. And now the helpless princess sprang up, and now she sank down in a stupor, and now she shrank in terror, and now she wept and wailed aloud. And Bhima's daughter, devoted to her husband, burning in anguish and sighing evermore, and faint and weeping, exclaimed, that being through whose imprecation the afflicted Nshada suffereth this woe, shall bear grief that is greater than ours. May that wicked being who hath brought Nala of sinless heart this, lead a more miserable life bearing greater ills. Thus lamenting, the crowned consort of the illustrious king began to seek her lord in those woods, inhabited by beasts of prey. And the daughter of Bhima, wailing bitterly, wandered hither and thither like a maniac, exclaiming, Alas! Alas! O king! And as she was wailing loudly like a female osprey, and grieving and indulging in piteous lamentations unceasingly, she came near a gigantic serpent. And that huge and hungry serpent thereupon suddenly seized Bhima's daughter, who had come near and was moving about within its range. And folded within serpent's coils and filled with grief, she still wept, not for herself but for Nshada. And she said, O Lord, why dost thou not rush towards me, now that I am seized, without anybody to protect me, by this serpent in these desert wilds? And, O Nshada, how will it fare with thee when thou rememberest me? O Lord, why hast thou gone away, deserting me today in the forest? Free from thy course, when thou wilt have regained thy mind and senses and wealth, how will it be with thee when thou thinkest of me? O Nshada, O sinless one, who will soothe thee when thou art weary and hungry and fainting, O tiger among kings? And while she was wailing thus, a certain huntsman ranging the deep woods, hearing her lamentations, swiftly came to the spot. And beholding the large-eyed one in the coils of the serpent, he rushed towards it and cut off its head with his sharp weapon. And having struck the reptile dead, the huntsman set Damayanti free. And having sprinkled her body with water and fed and comforted her, O Bharata, he addressed her saying, O thou with eyes like those of a young gazelle, who art thou? And why also hast thou come into the woods? And, O beauteous one, how hast thou fallen into this extreme misery and thus accosted, O monarch, by that man, Damayanti? O Bharata related unto him all that had happened. And beholding that beautiful woman clad in half a garment, with deep bosom and round hips, and limbs delicate and faultless, and face resembling the full moon, and eyes graced with curved eyelashes, and speech sweet as honey, the hunter became inflamed with desire. And afflicted by the god of love, the huntsman began to soothe her in winning voice and soft words. And as soon as the chaste and beauteous Damayanti, beholding him, understood his intentions, she was filled with fierce wrath and seemed to blaze up in anger. But the wicked-minded wretch, burning with desire, became wroth, attempted to employ force upon her, who was unconquerable as a flame of blazing fire. And Damayanti, already distressed upon being deprived of husband and kingdom, in that hour of grief beyond utterance, cursed him in anger, saying, I have never even thought of any other person than Nshada. Therefore let this mean-minded wrath, subsisting on chase, fall down lifeless. And as soon as she said this, the hunter fell down lifeless upon the ground, like a tree consumed by fire. 131. Section Ksif. Vrihadaswa continued, having destroyed that hunter Damayanti of eyes like lotus leaves, went onwards through that fearful and solitary forest ringing with the chirp of crickets. And it abounded with lions, and leopards, and urus and tigers, and buffaloes, and bears and deer. And it swarmed with birds of various species, and was infested by thieves and militia tribes, and it contains salas, and bamboos, and davas, and aswatas, and tindukas, and ingadas, and kinsukas, and arjunas, and nimvas, and tinizas, and salmilas, and jamvas, and mango trees, and lodras, and the katechu, and the cane, and padmakas, and amalakas, and plakshas, and kadamvas, and udamvaras, and vadaris, and vilwas, and banyans, and bilas, and palms, and date trees, and haritukas, and vibitukas. And the princess of Vidarbha saw many mountains containing ores of various kinds, and groves resounding with the notes of winged choirs, and many glens of wondrous sight, and many rivers and lakes and tanks and various kinds of birds and beasts. And she saw numberless snakes and goblins and rakshasas of grim visage, and pools and tanks and hillocks, and brooks and fountains of wonderful appearance. And the princess of Vidarbha saw the herds of buffaloes, and boars, and bears, as well as serpents of the wilderness. And safe in virtue and glory and good fortune and patience, Damayanti wandered through those woods alone, in a search of Nala. And the royal daughter of Bhima, distressed only at her separation from her lord, was not terrified at aught in that fearful forest. And, O king, seating herself down upon a stone and filled with grief, and every limb of hers trembling with sorrow on account of her husband, she began to lament thus: O king of the Nishadas, O thou of broad chest and mighty arms, whither hast thou gone, O king, leaving me in this lone forest? O hero, having performed the Aswamedha and other sacrifices, with gifts in profusion, unto the Brahmanas, why hast thou, O tiger among men, played false with me alone? O best of men, O thou of great splendour, it behoveth thee, O auspicious one, to remember what thou didst declare before me, O bull among kings. And, O monarch, it behoveth thee also to call to mind what the sky-ranging swan spake in thy presence and in mine. O tiger among men, the four Vedas in all their extent, with the Angas and the Upangas, well studied, on one side, and one single truth on the other, are equal. Therefore, O slayer of foes, it behoveth thee, O lord of men, to make good what thou didst formerly declare before me. Alas, O hero, warrior, O Nala, O sinless one being thine, I am about to perish in this dreadful forest. O, wherefore dost thou not answer me? This terrible lord of the forest, of grim visage and gaping jaws, and famishing with hunger, filleth me with fright. Doth it not behove thee to deliver me? Thou wert wont to say always, save thee there existeth not one dear unto me. O blessed one, O king, do thou now make good thy words so spoken before. And, O king, why dost thou not return unanswered thy beloved wife bewailing and bereft of sense, although thou lovest her, being loved in return? O king of the earth, O respected one, O repressor of foes, O thou of large eyes, why dost thou not regard me, emaciated, and distressed, and pale, and discoloured, and clad in a half-piece of cloth, and alone, and weeping, and lamenting like one forlorn, and like unto a solitary doe separated from the herd? O illustrious sovereign, it is I, Damayanti, devoted to thee, who, alone in this great forest, address thee. Wherefore, then, dost thou not reply unto me? O, I do not behold thee today on this mountain, O chief of men, O thou of noble birth and character, with every limpest of grace. In this terrible forest, haunted by lions and tigers, O king of the Nishadas, O foremost of men, O enhancer of my sorrows, wishing to know whether thou art lying down, or sitting, or standing, or gone, whom shall I ask, distressed and woe-stricken on thy account, saying, Hast thou seen in this woods the royal Nala? Of whom shall I in this forest inquire alter the departed Nala, handsome and of high soul, and the destroyer of hostile arrays? From whom shall I today hear the sweet words, viz., that royal Nala, of eyes like lotus leaves, whom thou seekest, is even here. Yonder cometh the forest king, that tiger of graceful mien, furnished with 4 teeth and prominent cheeks. Even him will I accost fearlessly. Thou art the lord of all animals, and of this forest the king. Know me for Damayanti, the daughter of the king of the Vidarbhas, and the wife of Nala, destroyer of foes, and the king of the Nishadas. Distressed and woe-stricken, I am seeking my husband alone in these woods. Do thou, O king of beasts, comfort me with news of Nala, if thou hast seen him. Or, O lord of the forest, if thou cannot speak of Nala, do thou, then, O best of beasts, devour me, and free me from this misery. Alas! Hearing my plaintive appeal in the wilderness, this king of mountains, this high and sacred hill, crested with innumerable JBH, rolleth towards the sea. Let me, then, for tidings of the king, ask this king of mountains, this high and sacred hill, crested with innumerable heaven-kissing and many-hued and beauteous peaks, and abounding in various ores, and decked with gems of diverse kings, and rising like a banner over this broad forest, and ranged by lions and tigers and elephants and boars and bears and stags, and echoing all around with the notes of winged creatures of various species, and adorned with kinsukas and asikas and vaculas and panagas, with blossoming kankaras, and davas and plakshas, and with streams haunted by waterfowls of every kind, and abounding in crested summits. O sacred one! O best of mountains! O thou of wondrous sight! O celebrated hill! O refuge of the distressed! O highly auspicious one! I bow to thee, O pillar of the earth! Approaching, I bow to thee. Know me for a king's daughter, and a king's daughter-in-law, and king's consort, Damayanta by name, that lord of earth who ruleth the Vidarbhas, that mighty warrior king Bhima by name, who protecteth the 4 orders, is my sire. That best of kings celebrated the Rajasuya and Aswamedha sacrifices, with profuse gifts to the Brahmanas. Possessed of beautiful and large eyes, distinguished for devotion to the Vedas, of unblemished character, truth-telling, devoid of guile, gentle, endued with prowess, lord of immense wealth, versed in morality, and pure, he having vanquished all his foes, effectually protecteth the inhabitants of Vidarbha. Know me, O Holy One, for his daughter, thus come to thee. That best of men, the celebrated ruler of the Nishada, known by the name of Virasena of high fame, was my father-in-law. The son of that king, heroic and handsome and possessed of energy incapable of being baffled, who ruleth well the kingdom which hath descended to him from his father, is named Nala. Know, O mountain, that of that slayer of foes, called also Panyaloka, possessed of the complexion of gold, and devoted to the Brahmanas, and versed in the Vedas, and gifted with eloquence, of that righteous and soul-quaffing and fire-adoring king, who celebrateth sacrifices and is liberal and warlike, and who adequately chastiseth criminals. I am the innocent spouse, the chief of his queens, standing before thee, despoiled of prosperity and deprived of the company of my husband, without a protector, and afflicted with calamity. Hither have I come, O best of mountains, seeking my husband. Hast thou, O foremost of mountains, with thy hundreds of peaks towering into the sky, seen King Nala in this frightful forest? Hast thou seen my husband, that ruler of the Nishadas, the illustrious Nala, with the tread of a mighty elephant, endued with intelligence, long-armed, and of the fiery energy, possessed of prowess and patience and courage and high fame? Seeing me bewailing alone, overwhelmed with sorrow, wherefore, O best of mountains, dost thou not today soothe me with thy voice, as thy own daughter in distress? O hero, O warrior of prowess, O thou versed in every duty, O thou adhering to truth, O Lord of the earth, if thou art in this forest, then, O king, reveal thyself unto me. Oh, when shall I again hear the voice of Nala, gentle and deep as that of the clouds, that voice, sweet as Amrita, of the illustrious king, calling me Vdava's daughter, with accents distinct, and holy, and musical as the chanting of the Vedas, and rich, and soothing all my sorrows. O king, I am frightened. Do thou, O virtuous one, comfort me. Having addressed that foremost of mountain thus, Damayanti then went in a northerly direction. And having proceeded 3 days and nights, that best of women came to an incomparable penance grove of ascetics, resembling in beauty a celestial grove. And the charming asylum she beheld was inhabited and adorned by ascetics like Vasishta and Bhrigu and Atri, self-denying and strict in diet, with minds under control, endued with holiness, some living on water, some on air, and some on fallen leaves, with passions in check, eminently blessed, seeking the way to heaven, clad in barks of trees and deerskins, and with senses subdued. And beholding that hermitage inhabited by ascetics, and abounding in herds of deer and monkeys, Damayanti was cheered. And that best of women, the innocent and blessed Damayanti, with graceful eyebrows, and long dresses, with lovely hips and deep bosom, and face graced with fine teeth, and with fine black and large eyes, in her brightness and glory entered that asylum. And saluting those ascetics grown old in practicing austerities, she stood in an attitude of humility. And the ascetics living in that forest said, "Welcome." And those men of ascetic wealth, paying her due homage, said, "Sit ye down, and tell us what we may do for thee." That best of women replied unto them, saying, "Ye sinless and eminently blessed ascetics, is it well with your austerities, and sacrificial fire, and religious observances, and the duties of your own order? And is it well with the beasts and birds of this asylum?" And they answered, "O beauteous and illustrious lady, prosperity attendeth us in every respect. But, O thou of the faultless limbs, tell us who thou art, and what thou seekest. Beholding thy beauteous form and thy bright splendor, we have been amazed. Cheer up and mourn not. Tell us, O blameless and blessed one, art thou the presiding deity of this forest, or of this mountain, or of this river?" Damayanti replied unto those ascetics, saying, "O Brahmanas, I am not the goddess of this forest, or of this mountain, or of this stream. O Rishis of ascetic wealth, know that I am a human being. I will relate my history in detail. Do ye listen to me. There is a king, the mighty ruler of the Vidarbhas, Bhima by name. O foremost of regenerate ones, know me to be his daughter. The wise ruler of the Nishadas, Nala by name, of great celebrity, heroic, and ever victorious in battle, and learned, is my husband. Engaged in the worship of the gods, devoted to the twice-born ones, the guardian of the line of the Nishadas, of mighty energy, possessed of great strength, truthful, conversant with all duties, wise, unwavering in promise, the crusher of foes, devout, serving the gods, graceful, the conqueror of hostile towns, that foremost of kings, Nala by name, equal in splendor unto the Lord of Celestials, the slayer of foes, possessed of large eyes, and a hue resembling the full moon, is my husband. The celebrator of great sacrifices, versed in the Vedas and their branches, the destroyer of enemies in battle, and like unto the sun and the moon in splendor, is he. That king devoted to truth and religion was summoned to dice by certain deceitful persons of mean mind and uncultured soul and of crooked ways, and skilful in gambling, and was deprived of wealth and kingdom. Know that I am the wife of that bull among kings, known to all by the name of Damayanti, anxious to find out my missing lord. In sadness of heart am I wandering among woods, and mountains, and lakes, and rivers, and tanks and forests, in search of that husband of mine, Nala, skilled in battle, high-souled, and well-versed in the use of weapons. O hath King Nala, the lord of the Nishadas, come to this delightful asylum of your holy selves? It is for him, O Brahmanas, that I have come to this dreary forest full of terrors and haunted by tigers and other beasts. If I do not see King Nala within a few days and nights, I shall seek my good by renouncing this body. Of what use is my life without that bull among men? How shall I live afflicted with grief on account of my husband? And to Bhima's daughter, Damayanti, lamenting forlorn in that forest, the truth-telling ascetics replied, saying, O blessed and beauteous one, we see by ascetic power that the future will bring happiness to thee, and that thou wilt soon behold Nishada. O daughter of Bhima, thou wilt behold Nala, the lord of the Nishadas, the slayer of foes, and the foremost of the virtuous freed from distress. And O blessed lady, thou wilt behold the king, thy lord, freed from all sins and decked with all kinds of gems, and ruling the self-same city, and chastising his enemies, and striking terror into the hearts of foes, and gladdening the hearts of friends, and crowned with every blessing. Having spoken unto that princess, the beloved queen of Nala, the ascetics with their sacred fires and asylum vanished from sight. And beholding that mighty wonder, the daughter-in-law of King Virasena, Damayanti of faultless limbs, was struck with amazement. And she asked herself, was it a dream that I saw? What an occurrence hath taken place? Where are all those ascetics? And where is that asylum? Where, further, is that delightful river of sacred waters, the resort of diverse kinds of fowls? And where, again, are those charming trees decked with fruits and flowers? And after thinking so for some time, Bhima's daughter, Damayanti of sweet smiles, melancholy and afflicted with grief on account of her lord, lost the colour of her face again. And going to another part of the wood, she saw an asoka tree, and approaching that first of trees in the forest, so charming with blossoms and its load of foliage, and resounding with the notes of birds, Damayanti, with tears in her eyes and accents choked in grief, began to lament, saying, Oh, this graceful tree in the heart of the forest, decked in flowers, looketh beautiful, like a charming king of hills. O beauteous Asoka, do thou speedily free me from grief. Hast thou seen King Nala, the slayer of foes and the beloved husband of Damayanti, freed from fear and grief and obstacles? Hast thou seen my beloved husband, the ruler of the Nishadas, clad in half a piece of cloth, with delicate skin, that hero afflicted with woe and who hath come into this wilderness? O Asoka tree, do thou free me from grief. O Asoka, vindicate thy name, for Asoka meaneth destroyer of grief. And going round that tree thrice, with an afflicted heart, that best of women, Bhima's daughter, entered a more terrible part of the forest. And wandering in quest of her lord, Bhima's daughter beheld many trees and streams and delightful mountains, and many beasts and birds, and caves, and precipices, and many rivers of wonderful appearance. And as she proceeded, she came upon a broad way where she saw with wonder a body of merchants, with their horses and elephants, landing on the banks of the river, full of clear and cool water, and lovely and charming to behold, and broad, and covered with bushes of canes, and echoing with the cries of cranes and ospreys and chakravakas, and abounding in tortoises and alligators and fishes, and studded with innumerable islets. And as soon as she saw that caravan, the beauteous and celebrated wife of Nala, wild like a maniac, oppressed with grief, clad in half a garment, lean and pale and smutted, and with hair covered with dust, drew near and entered into its midst. And beholding her, some fled in fear, and some became extremely anxious, and some cried aloud, and some laughed at her, and some hated her, and some, O Bharata, felt pity for, and even addressed her, saying, O blessed one, who art thou, and whose? What seekest thou in woods? Seeing thee here we have been terrified. Art thou human? Tell us truly, O blessed one, if thou art the goddess of this wood or of this mountain or of the points of the heaven. We seek thy protection. Art thou a female Yaksha, or a female Rakshasa, or a celestial damsel? O thou of the faultless features, do thou bless us wholly and protect us. And, O blessed one, do thou so act that his caravan may soon go hence in prosperity, and that the welfare of all of us may be secured. Thus addressed by that caravan, the Princess Damayanti, devoted to her husband and oppressed by the calamity that had befallen her, answered, saying, O leader of the caravan, ye merchants, ye youths, old men, and children, and ye that compose this caravan, know me for a human being. I am the daughter of a king, and the daughter-in-law of a king, and the consort also of a king, eager for the sight of my lord. The ruler of the Vidarbhas is my father, and my husband is the lord of the Nishadas, named Nala. Even now I am seeking that unvanquished and blessed one. If ye have chanced to see my beloved one, King Nala, that tiger among men, that destroyer of hostile hosts, oh tell me quick. Thereupon the leader of that great caravan, named Sachi, replied unto Damayanti of faultless limbs, saying, O blessed one, listen to my words. O thou of sweet smiles, I am a merchant and the leader of this caravan. O illustrious lady, I have not seen any man of the name of Nala. In this extensive forest uninhabited by men, there are only elephants and leopards and buffaloes, and tigers and bears and other animals. Except thee, I have not met with any man or woman here, so help us now Manibhadra, the king of Yakshas. Thus addressed by them she asked those merchants as well as the leader of the host, saying, It behoveth you to tell me whither this caravan is bound. The leader of the band said, O daughter of a great king, for the purpose of profit this caravan is bound direct for the city of Shavau, but the truth-telling ruler of the Chedas. Section LXV. Vrihadaswa said, having heard the words of the leader of that caravan, Damayanti of faultless limbs proceeded with that caravan itself, anxious to behold her lord. And after having proceeded for many days, the merchants saw a large lake fragrant with lotuses in the midst of that dense and terrible forest. And it was beautiful all over, and exceedingly delightful, with banks, abounding in grass and fuel and fruits and flowers. And it was inhabited by various kinds of fowls and birds, and full of water that was pure and sweet. And it was cool and capable of captivating the heart. And the caravan, worn out with toil, resolved to halt there. And with the permission of their leader, they spread themselves around those beautiful woods. And that mighty caravan, finding it was evening, halted at that place. And it came to pass that, at the hour of midnight, when everything was hushed and still and the tired caravan had fallen asleep, a herd of elephants, in going towards a mountain stream to drink of its water befouled by the temporal juice, saw that caravan as also the numerous elephants belonging to it. And seeing their domesticated fellows, the wild elephants, infuriated and with the temporal juice trickling down, rushed impetuously on the former, with the intention of killing them. And the force of the rush of those elephants was hard to bear, like the impetuosity of peaks lessened from mountain summits rolling towards the plain. The rushing elephants found the forest paths to be all blocked up, for the goodly caravan was sleeping, obstructing the paths around that lake of lotuses. And the elephants all of a sudden began to crush the men lying insensible on the ground, and uttering cries of "Oh!" and "Alas!" The merchants, blinded by sleep, fled, in order to escape that danger, to copses and woods for refuge. And some were slain by the tusks, and some by the trunks, and some by the legs of those elephants. And innumerable camels and horses were killed, and crowds of men on foot, running in fright, killed one another. And uttering loud cries, some fell down on the ground, and some in fear climbed on trees, and some dropped down on uneven ground. And, O king, thus accidentally attacked by that large herd of elephants, that goodly caravan suffered a great loss. And there arose a tremendous uproar calculated to frighten the three worlds. Lo! A great fire hath broken out. Rescue us. Do ye speedily fly away? Why do ye fly? Take the heaps of jewels scattered around. All this wealth is a trifle. I do not speak falsely, I tell you again, exclaimed some one. Think on my words, O ye distracted one. With such exclamation they ran about in fright. And Damayanti awoke in fear and anxiety, while that terrible slaughter was raging there. And beholding slaughter capable of awaking the fear of all the worlds, and which was so unforeseen, the damsel of eyes like lotus leaves rose up, wild with fright, and almost out of breath. And those of the caravan that had escaped unhurt met together, and asked one another, of what deed of ours is this the consequence? Surely, we have failed to worship the illustrious Manibhadras, and likewise the exalted and graceful Vaisravana, the king of the Yaksha. Perhaps, we have not worshipped the deities that cause calamities, or perhaps, we have not paid them the first homage. Or, perhaps, this evil is the certain consequence of the birds we saw. Our stars are not unpropitious. From what other cause, then hath this disaster come? Others, distressed and bereft of wealth and relatives, said, that maniac-like woman who came amongst this mighty caravan in guise that was strange and scarcely human, alas, it is by her that this dreadful illusion had been prearranged. Of a certainty, she is a terrible Rakshasa or a Yaksha or a Pisacha woman. All this evil is her work, what need of doubts? If we again see that wicked destroyer of merchants, that giver of innumerable woes, we shall certainly slay that injurer of ours, with stones, and dust, and grass, and wood, and cuffs. And hearing these dreadful words of the merchants, Damayanti, in terror and shame and anxiety, fled into the woods apprehensive of evil. And reproaching herself, she said, Alas! Fierce and great is the wrath of God on me. Peace followeth not in my track. Of what misdeed is this the consequence? I do not remember that I did ever so little a wrong to any one in thought, word, or deed. Of what deed, then, is this the consequence? Certainly, it is on account of the great sins I had committed in a former life that such calamity hath befallen me, viz., the loss of my husband's kingdom, his defeat at the hands of his own kinsmen, this separation from my lord and my son and daughter, this my unprotected state, and my presence in this forest abounding in innumerable beasts of prey. The next day, O king, the remnant of that caravan left the place bewailing the destruction that had overtaken them and lamenting for their dead brothers and fathers and sons and friends. And the Princess Vidarbha began to lament, saying, Alas! What misdeeds have I perpetrated? The crowd of men that I obtained in this lone forest hath been destroyed by a herd of elephants, surely as a consequence of my ill luck. Without doubt, I shall have to suffer misery for a long time. I have heard from old men that no person dieth ere his time. It is for this that my miserable self hath not been trodden to death by that herd of elephants. Nothing that befalleth men is due to anything else than destiny, for even in my childhood I did not commit any such sin in thought, word, or deed, whence might come this calamity. Methinks, I suffer this severance from my husband through the potency of those celestial Lokapalas, who had come to the Swayamvara but whom I disregarded for the sake of Nala. Bewailing thus, O tiger among kings, that excellent lady, Damayanti, devoted to her husband, went, oppressed with grief and, pale, as the autumnal moon, with those Brahmanas versed in the Vedas that had survived the slaughter of the caravan. and departing speedily, towards evening, the damsel came to the mighty city of the truth-telling Shivao, the king of the Chedis. And she entered that excellent city clad in half a garment. And the citizens saw her as she went, overcome with fear, and lean, melancholy, her hair dishevelled and soiled with dust, and maniac-like. And beholding her enter the city of the king of the Chedis, the boys of the city, from curiosity, began to follow her. And surrounded by them, she came before the palace of the king. And from the terrace the queen mother saw her surrounded by the crowd. And she said to her nurse, "Go and bring that woman before me. She is forlorn and is being vexed by the crowd. She hath fallen into distress and standeth in need of succour. I find her beauty to be such that it illumineth my house. The fair one, though looking like a maniac, seemeth a very sweet with her large eyes." Thus commanded, the nurse went out and dispersing the crowds brought Damayanti to that graceful terrace. And struck with wonder, "O king," she asked Damayanti, saying, "Afflicted though thou art with such distress, thou ownest a beautiful form. Thou shinest like lightning in the midst of the clouds. Tell me who thou art, and whose. O thou possessed of celestial splendour, surely thy beauty is not human, bereft though thou art of ornaments. And although thou art helpless, yet thou art unmoved under the outrage of these men." Hearing these words of the nurse, the daughter of Bhima said, "Know that I am a female belonging to the human species and devoted to my husband. I am a serving woman of good lineage. I live wherever I like, subsisting on fruit and roots, and whom a companion, and stay where evening overtaketh me. My husband is the owner of countless virtues and was ever devoted to me. And I also, on my part, was deeply attached to him, following him like his shadow. It chanced that once he became desperately engaged at dice. Defeated at dice, he came along into the forest. I accompanied my husband into the woods, comforting the hero clad in a single piece of cloth and maniac-like and overwhelmed with calamity. Once on a time for some cause, that hero, afflicted with hunger and thirst and grief, was forced to abandon that sole piece of covering in the forest. Destitute of garment and maniac-like and deprived of his senses as he was, I followed him, myself in a single garment. Following him, I did not sleep for nights together. Thus passed many days, until at last while I was sleeping, he cut off half of my cloth, and forsook me who had done him no wrong. I am seeking my husband but unable to find him who is of hue like the filaments of the lotus, without being able to cast my eyes on that delight of my heart, that dear Lord who owneth my heart and resembleth the celestials in mien. Day and night do I burn in grief." And to Bhima's daughter thus lamenting with tearful eyes, and afflicted and speaking in accents choked in grief, the Queen Mother herself said, "O blessed damsel, do thou stay with me. I am well pleased with thee. O fair lady, my men shall search for thy husband. Or, perhaps he may come here of his own accord in course of his wanderings. And, O beautiful lady, residing here thou wilt regain thy lost lord." Hearing these words of the Queen Mother, Damayanti replied, "O mother of heroes, I may stay with thee on certain conditions. I shall not eat the leavings on any dish, nor shall I wash anybody's feet, nor shall I have to speak with other men. And if anybody shall seek me, as a wife or mistress, he should be liable to punishment at thy hands. And, further, should he solicit me over and over again, that wicked one should be punished with death. This is the vow I have made. I intend to have an interview with those Brahmanas that will set out to search for my husband. If thou canst do all this, I shall certainly live with thee. If it is otherwise, I cannot find it in my heart to reside with thee." The Queen Mother answered her with a glad heart, saying, "I will do all this. Thou hast done well in adopting such a vow." Vrihadaswa continued, "O king, Having spoken so unto the daughter of Bhima, the queen mother, O Bharata said to her daughter named Sunda, O Sunda, accept this lady like a goddess as thy errandry. Let her be thy companion, as she is of the same age with thee. Do thou, with heart free from care, always sport with her in joy. And Sunda cheerfully accepted Damayanti and led her to her own apartment, accompanied by her associates. And treated with respect, Damayanti was satisfied, and she continued to reside there without anxiety of any kind, for all her wishes were duly gratified. Section LXVI. Vrihadaswara said, O monarch, having deserted Damayanti, King Nala saw a mighty conflagration that was raging in that dense forest. And in the midst of that conflagration, he heard the voice of some creature, repeatedly crying aloud, O righteous Nala, come hither. And answering, Fear not, he entered into the midst of the fire and beheld a mighty Naga lying in coils. And the Naga, with joined hands, and trembling, spake unto Nala, saying, O king, that I am a snake, Karkataka by name. I had deceived the great Rishi Narada of high ascetic merit, and by him have I been cursed in wrath. O king of men, even in words such as these, stay thou here like an immobile thing, until one Nala taketh thee hence. And, indeed, on the spot to which he will carry thee, the shalt thou be freed from my curse. It is for that curse of his that I am unable to stir one step. I will instruct thee in respect of thy welfare. It behoveth thee to deliver me. I will be thy friend. There is no snake equal to me. I will be light in thy hands. Taking me up, do thou speedily go hence. Having said this, that prince of snakes became as small as the thumb, and taking him up, Nala went to a spot free from fire. Having reached an open spot where there was no fire, Nala intended to drop the serpent, upon which Karkataka again addressed him, saying, O king of the Nishadas, proceed thou yet, counting a few steps of thine. Meanwhile, O mighty armed one, I will do thee great good. And as Nala began to count his steps, the snake bit him at the 10th step. And, lo, as he was bit, his form speedily underwent a change. And beholding his change of form, Nala was amazed. And the king saw the snake also assume his own form. And the snake Karkataka, comforting Nala, spake unto him, I have deprived thee of thy beauty, so that people may not recognize thee. And, O Nala, he by whom thou hast been deceived and cast into distress, shall dwell in thee tortured by my venom. And, O monarch, as long as he doth not leave thee, he will have to dwell in pain in thy body with thee every limb filled with my venom. And, O ruler of men, I have saved from the hands of him who from anger and hate deceived thee, perfectly innocent though thou art and undeserving of wrong. And, O tiger among men, through my grace, thou shalt have no longer any fear from animals with fangs, from enemies, and from Brahmanas also versed in the Vedas, O king. Nor shalt thou, O monarch, feel pain on account of my poison. And, O foremost of kings, thou shalt be ever victorious in battle. This very day, O prince, O lord of Nishadas, go to the delightful city of Ayodhya, and present thyself before Richupana skilled in gambling, saying, I am a charioteer, Vahuka by name. And that king will give thee his skill in dice for thy knowledge of horses. Sprung from the line of Ikshwaku, and possessed of prosperity, he will be thy friend. When thou wilt be an adept at dice, thou shalt then have prosperity. Thou wilt also meet with thy wife and thy children, and regain thy kingdom. I tell thee this truly. Therefore, let not thy mind be occupied by sorrow. And, O Lord of men, when thou shouldst desire to behold thy proper form, thou shouldst remember me, and wear this garment. Upon wearing this, thou shalt get back thy own form. And saying this, that Naga then gave unto Nala 2 pieces of celestial cloth. And, O son of the Kuru race. Having thus instructed Nala, and presented him with the attire, the king of snakes, O monarch, made himself invisible there and then. Section XVI. Vrihadaswara said, after the snake had vanquished, Nala, the ruler of the Nishadas, proceeded, and on the 10th day entered the city of Ritupurna. And he approached the king, saying, My name is Vahuka. There is no one in this world equal to me in managing steeds. My counsel also should be sought in matters of difficulty and in all affairs of skill. I also surpass others in the art of cooking, in all those arts that exists in this world, and also in everything difficult of accomplishment. I will strive to attain success, O Ritupurna, do thou maintain me. And Ritupurna replied, O Vahuka, stay with me. May good happen to thee. Thou wilt even perform all this. I have always particularly desired to be driven fast. Do thou concert such measures that my steeds may become fleet. I appoint thee the superintendent of my stables. Thy pay shall be 10,000 coins. Both Varshanya and Jaivala shall always be under thy direction. Thou wilt live pleasantly in their company. Therefore, O Vahuka, stay thou with me. Vrihadaswara continued, thus addressed by the king. Nala began to dwell in the city of Ritupurna, treated with respect and with Varshanya and Jaivala as his companions. And residing there, the king, Nala, remembering the princess of Vidarbha, recited every evening the following sloka, where lieth that helpless one afflicted with hunger and thirst and worn with toil, thinking of that wretch, and upon whom also doth she now wait. And once as the king was reciting this in the night, Jaivala asked him saying, O Vahuka, whom dost thou lament thus daily? I am curious to hear it. O thou blessed with length of days, whose spouse is she whom thus lamentest? Thus questioned, King Nala answered him, saying, A certain person devoid of sense had a wife well known to many. That wretch was false in his promises. For some reason that wicked person was separated from her. Separated from her, that wretch wandered about oppressed with woe, and burning with grief he resteth not by day or night. And at night, remembering her, he singeth this sloka. Having wandered over the entire world, he hath at last found a refuge, and undeserving of the distress that hath befallen him, passeth his days, thus remembering his wife. When calamity had overtaken this man, his wife followed him into the woods. Deserted by that man of little virtue, her life itself is in danger. Alone, without knowledge of ways, ill able to bear distress, and fainting with hunger and thirst, the girl can hardly protect her life. And, O friend, she hath been deserted by that man of small fortune and having little sense, with the wide and terrible forest, ever abounding in beasts of prey. Thus remembering Damayanti, the king of the Nishadas continued to live unknown in the abode of that monarch. Section XVI. Vaisampayana said, after Nala, despoiled of his kingdom, had, with his wife, become a bondsman, Bhima with the desire of seeing Nala sent out Brahmanas to search for him. And giving them profuse wealth, Bhima enjoined on them, saying, Ye search for Nala, and also for my daughter Damayanti. He who achieveth this task, viz., ascertaining where the ruler of the Nishadas is, bringeth him and my daughter hither, will obtain from me 1,000 kine, and fields, and a village resembling a town. Even if failing to bring Damayanti and Nala here, he that succeeds learning their whereabouts, will get from me the wealth represented by 1,000 kine. Thus addressed, the Brahmanas cheerfully went out in all directions seeking Nala and his wife in cities and provinces. But Nala or his spouse they found not anywhere. Until at length searching in the beautiful city of the Chedis, a Brahmana named Sudava, during the time of the king's prayers, saw the princess of Vidarbha in the palace of the king, seated with Sunda, and her incomparable beauty was slightly perceptible, like the brightness of a fire enveloped in curls of smoke. And beholding that lady of large eyes, soiled and emaciated, he decided her to be Damayanti, coming to that conclusion from various reasons. And Sudava said, "As I saw her before, this damsel is even so at present. Oh, I am blessed, by casting my eyes on this fair one, like Sri herself delighting the worlds, resembling the full moon, of unchanging youth, of well-rounded breasts, illumining all sides by her splendor, possessed of large eyes like beautiful lotuses, like unto Kama's Rati herself, the delight of all the worlds, like the rays of the full moon. Oh, she looketh like a lotus stalk transplanted by adverse fortune from the Vidarbha lake and covered with mire in the process, and oppressed with grief on account of her husband, and melancholy. She looketh like the night of the full moon when Rahu hath swallowed that luminary, or like a stream whose current hath dried up. Her plight is very much like that of a ravaged lake with the leaves of its lotuses crushed by the trunks of elephants, and with its birds and fowls affrighted by the invasion. Indeed, this girl, of a delicate frame and of lovely limbs, and deserving to dwell in a mansion decked with gems, is, now, like an uprooted lotus stalk scorched by the sun, endued with beauty and generosity of nature, and destitute of ornaments, though deserving of them. She looketh like the moon new bent in heaven but covered with black clouds, destitute of comforts and luxuries, separated from loved ones and friends. She liveth in distress, supported by the hope of beholding her lord. Verily, the husband is the best ornament of a woman, however destitute of ornaments. Without her husband beside her, this lady, though beautiful, shineth not. It is a hard feat achieved by Nala in that he liveth without succumbing to grief, though separated from such a wife. Beholding this damsel possessed of black hair and of eyes like lotus leaves, in woe though deserving of bliss, even my heart is pained. Alas! When shall this girl graced with auspicious marks and devoted to her husband, crossing this ocean of woe, regain the company of her lord, like Rohini regaining the moons? Surely, the king of the Nishadas will experience in regaining her the delight that a king deprived of his kingdom experienceth in regaining his kingdom. Equal to her in nature and age and extraction, Nala deserveth the daughter of Vidarbha, and this damsel of black eyes also deserveth him. It behoveth me to comfort the queen of that hero of immeasurable prowess and endued with energy and might, since she is so eager to meet her husband. I will console this afflicted girl of face like the full moon, and suffering distress that she had never before endured, and ever meditating on her lord. Vrihadaswa continued. Having thus reflected on these various circumstances and signs, the Brahmana, Sudava, approached Damayanti, and addressed her, saying, "O Princess of Vidarbha, I am Sudava, the dear friend of thy brother. I have come here, seeking thee, at the desire of King Bhima. Thy father is well, and also thy mother, and thy brothers, and thy son and daughter, blessed with length of days, are living in peace. Thy relatives, though alive, are almost dead on thy account, and hundreds of Brahmanas are ranging the world in search of thee." Vrihadaswa continued, "O Yudhishthira," Damayanti recognizing Sudava, asked him respecting all her relatives and kinsmen one after another. And, O monarch, oppressed with grief, the princess of Vidarbha began to weep bitterly at the unexpected sight of Sudava, that foremost of Brahmanas and the friend of her brother. And, O Bharata, beholding Damayanti weeping, and conversing in private with Sudava, Sunda was distressed, and going to her mother informed her, saying, "Sarindri is weeping bitterly in the presence of a Brahmana. If thou likest, satisfy thyself." And thereupon the mother of the king of the Chedis, issuing from the inner apartments of the palace, came to the place where the girl, Damayanti, was with that Brahmana. Then calling Sudava, "O king," the queen mother asked him, "Whose wife is this fair one, and whose daughter?" How hath this lady of beautiful eyes been deprived of the company of her relatives and of her husband as well? And how also hast thou come to know this lady fallen into such a plight? I wish to hear all this in detail from thee. Do truly relate unto me, who am asking thee about this damsel of celestial beauty. Then, O king, thus addressed by the queen mother, Sudava, that best of Brahmanas, sat at his ease, and began to relate the true history of Damayanti. Section 6. Sudava said, there is a virtuous and illustrious ruler of the Vidarbhas, Bhima by name. This blessed lady is his daughter, and widely known by the name of Damayanti. And there is a king ruling the Nishadas, named Nala, the son of Virasena. This blessed lady is the wife of that wise and righteous monarch. Defeated at dice by his brother, and despoiled of his kingdom, that king, accompanied by Damayanti, went away without the knowledge of anyone. We have been wandering over the whole earth in search of Damayanti, and that girl is at last found in the house of thy son. No woman existeth that is her rival in beauty. Between the eyebrows of this ever youthful damsel, there is an excellent mole from birth, resembling a lotus. Noticed by us before, it seems to have disappeared, covered, as her forehead is, with a coat of dust even like the moon hiding clouds. Placed by the Creator himself as an indication of prosperity and wealth, that mole is visible faintly, like the cloud-covered lunar crescent of the first day of the lighted fortnight. And covered as her body is with dust, her beauty hath not disappeared. Though careless of her person, it is still manifest, and shineth like gold. And this girl, goddess-like, capable of being identified by this form of hers and that mole, hath been discovered by me as one discovereth the fire that is covered by its heat. O king, hearing these words of Sudava, Sunda washed the dust that covered the mole between Damayanti's eyebrows. And thereupon it became visible like the moon in the sky, just emerge from the clouds. And seeing that mole, O Bharata, Sunda and the queen mother began to weep, and embracing Damayanti stood silent for a while. And the queen mother, shedding tears as she spoke, said in gentle accents, by this thy mole, I find that thou art the daughter of my sister. O beauteous girl, thy mother and I are both daughters of the Hysil Sudaman, the ruler of the Dasanas. She was bestowed upon King Bhima, and I on Viruvau. I witnessed thy birth at our father's palace in the country of the Dasanas. O beautiful one, my house is to thee even as thy father's. And this wealth, O Damayanti, is thine as much as mine. As this, O king, Damayanti, bowing down to her mother's sister with a glad heart, spake unto her these words, unrecognized, I have still lived happily with thee, every want of mine satisfied and myself cared for by thee. And happy as my stay hath been, it would, without doubt, be happier still. But, mother, I have long been in exile. It behoveth thee, therefore, to grant me permission to depart. My son and daughter, sent to my father's palace, are living there, deprived of their father, and of their mother also. How are they passing their days stricken with sorrow? If thou wishest to do what is agreeable to me, do thou without loss of time order a vehicle, for I wish to go to the Vidarbhas. At this, O king, the sister to Damayanti's mother, with a glad heart, said, so be it. And the queen mother, with her son's permission, O chief of the Bharatas, sent Damayanti in handsome litter carried by men, protected by a large escort and provided with food and drink and garments of the first quality. And soon enough she reached the country of the Vidarbhas. And all her relatives, rejoicing in her arrival, received her with respect. And seeing her relatives, her children, both her parents, and all her maids, to be well, the illustrious Damayanti, O king, worshipped the gods and Brahmanas according to the superior method. And the king rejoiced at beholding his daughter gave unto Sudevu 1,000 kine and much wealth and a village. And, O king, having spent that night at her father's mansion and recovered from fatigue, Damayanti addressed her mother, saying, O mother, if thou wishest me to live, I tell thee truly, do thou endeavour to bring Nala, that hero among men. Thus addressed by Damayanti, the venerable queen became filled with sorrow, and bathed in tears, she was unable to give any answer. And beholding her in that plight, all the inmates of the inner apartments broke out into exclamation of "Oh!" and "Alas!" and began to cry bitterly. And then the queen addressed the mighty monarch Bhima, saying, Thy daughter Damayanti mourneth on account of her husband. Nay, banishing away all bashfulness, she hath herself, O king, declared her mind to me. Let thy men strive to find out, Nala, the righteous. Thus informed by her, the king sent the Brahmanas under him in all directions, saying, Exert ye to discover Nala. And those Brahmanas, commanded by the ruler of the Vidarbhas, to seek Nala, appeared before Damayanti and told her of the journey they were about to undertake. And Bhima's daughter spake unto them, saying, Ye cry in every realm and in every assembly, O beloved gambler, where hast thou gone, cutting off half of my garment, and deserting the dear and devoted wife who sleep in the forest? And that girl, as commanded by thee, stayeth expecting thee, clad in half a piece of cloth and burning with grief. O king, O hero, relent towards, and answer her who incessantly weepeth for that grief. This and more ye will say, so that he may be inclined to pity me. Assisted by the wind, fire consumeth the forest. Further, ye will say that the wife is always to be protected and maintained by the husband. Why then, good as thou art and acquainted with every duty, hast thou neglected both the duties? Possessed of fame and wisdom, and lineage, and kindness, why hast thou been unkind? I fear, this is owing to the loss of my good luck. Therefore, O tiger among men, have pity on me. O bull among men, I have heard it from thee that kindness is the highest virtue. Speaking so, if anybody answereth you, that person should by all means be known, and ye should learn who he is, and where he dwelleth. And ye foremost of regenerate ones, ye bring me the words of him who hearing this your speech will chance to answer. Ye should also act with such care that no one may know the words ye utter to be at my command, nor that ye will come back to me. And ye should also learn whether that answers is wealthy, or poor, or destitute of power, in fact all about him. Thus instructed by Damayanti, O king, the Brahmanas set out in all directions in search of Nala, overtaken with such disaster. And the Brahmanas, O king, searched for him in cities and kingdoms and villages, and retreats of ascetics, and places inhabited by cowherds. And, O monarch, wherever they went they recited the speeches that Damayanti had directed them to do. Section LXX. Vrihadaswara said, after a long time had passed away, a Brahmana named Parnada returned to the city of the Vidarbhas, and said unto the daughter of Bhima, O Damayanti, seeking Nala, the king of Nishadas, I came to the city of Ayodhya, and appeared before the son of Banajura. And, O best of women, I repeated those words of thine in the presence of the blessed Richupanna. But hearing them, neither that ruler of men, nor his courtiers, answered anything, although I uttered them repeatedly. Then, after I had been dismissed by the monarch, I was accosted by a person in the service of Richupanna, named Vahuka. And Vahuka is the charioteer of that king, of unsightly appearance and possessed of short arms. And he is skillful in driving with speed, and well acquainted with the culinary art. And sighing frequently, and weeping again and again, he inquired about my welfare, and afterwards said these words, Chase women, although fallen into distress, yet protect themselves, and thus certainly secure heaven. Although they may be deserted by their lords, they do not yet become angry on that account, for women that are chaste lead their lives, encased in the armor of virtuous behavior. It behoveth her not to be angry, since he that deserted her was overwhelmed with calamity, and deprived of every bliss. A beauteous and virtuous woman should not be angry with one that was deprived by birds of his garment, while striving to procure sustenance, and who is being consumed with grief. Whether treated well or ill, such a wife should never indulge in ire, beholding her husband in that plight, despoiled of kingdom and destitute of prosperity, oppressed with hunger and overwhelmed with calamity. Hearing these words of his, I have speedily come here. Thou hast now heard all. Do what thou thinkest proper, and inform the king of it. O king, having heard these words of Panada, Damayanti with tearful eyes came to her mother, and spake unto her in private, O mother, King Bhima should not, by any means, be made acquainted with my purpose. In thy presence will I employ that best of Brahmanas, Sudava. If thou desirest my welfare, act in such a way that King Bhima may not know my purpose. Let Sudava without delay go hence to the city of Ayodhya, for the purpose of bringing Nala, O mother, having performed the same auspicious rites by virtue of which he had speedily brought me into the midst of friends. With these words, after Panada had recovered from fatigue, the princess of Vidarbha worshipped him with profuse wealth and also said, When Nala will come here, O Brahmana, I will bestow on thee wealth in abundance again. Thou hast done me the immense service which none else, indeed, can do me, for, owing to that service of thine, O thou best of the regenerate ones, I shall speedily regain my lost lord. And thus addressed by Damayanti, that high-minded Brahmana comforted her, uttering benedictory words of auspicious import, and then went home, regarding his mission to have been successful. And after he had gone away, Damayanti, oppressed with grief and distress, calling Sudava, addressed him, O Yudhishthira, in the presence of her mother, saying, O Sudava, go thou to the city of Ayodhya, straight as a bird, and tell King Richupana living there, these words, Bhima's daughter, Damayanti, will hold another Swayamvara. All the kings and princes are going thither. Calculating the time, I find that the ceremony will take place tomorrow. O repressor of foes, if it is possible for thee, go thither without delay. Tomorrow, after the sun hath risen, she will choose a second husband, as she doth not know whether the heroic Nala liveth or not. And addressed by her, O monarch, thus, Sudava set out. And he said unto Richupana all that he had been directed to say. Section LXXI. Vrihadaswa continued, having heard the words of Sudava, King Richupana, soothing Vahuka with gentle words, said, O Vahuka, thou art well skilled in training and guiding horses. If it pleases thee, I intend to go to Damayanti's Swayamvara in course of a single day. Thus addressed, O son of Kunti, by that king, Nala felt his heart to be bursting in grief. And the high-souled king seemed to burn in sorrow. And he thought within himself, perhaps Damayanti in doing this is blinded by sorrow. Or, perhaps, she hath conceived this magnificent scheme for my sake. Alas, cruel is the deed that the innocent princess of Vidarbha intends to do, having been deceived by my sinful and low self of little sense. It is seen in the world that the nature of woman is inconstant. My offence also hath been great. Perhaps she is acting so, because she hath no longer any love for me owing to my separation from her. Indeed, that girl of slender waist, afflicted with grief on my account and with despair, will not certainly do anything of the kind, when especially she is the mother of offspring by me. However, whether this is true or false, I shall ascertain with certitude by going thither. I will, therefore, accomplish Richupana's and my own purpose also. Having resolved thus in his mind, Vahuka, with his heart in sorrow, spake unto King Richtupena, with joined hands, saying, O monarch, I bow to thy behest, and, O tiger among men, I will go to the city of the Vidarbhas in the single day. O king. Then, O monarch, at the command of the royal son of Banajura, Vahuka went to the stables and began to examine the horses. And repeatedly urged by Richtupena to make haste, Vahuka, after much scrutiny and careful deliberation, selected some steeds that were lean-fleshed, yet strong and capable of a long journey and endued with energy and strength of high breed and docility, free from inauspicious marks, with wide nostrils and swelling cheeks, free from faults as regards the 10 hairy curls, born in the country of Sindhu, and fleet as the winds. And seeing those horses, the king said somewhat angrily, What is this that thou wishest to do? Thou shouldst not jest with us. How can these horses of mine, weak in strength and breath, carry us? And how shall we be able to go this long way by help of these? Vahuka replied, Each of these horses bears 1 curl on his forehead, 2 on his temples, 4 on his sides, 4 on his chest, and 1 on his back. Without doubt, these steeds will be able to go to the country of the Vidarbhas. If, O king, thou thinkest of choosing others, point them out and I shall yoke them for thee. Richtupena rejoined, O Vahuka, thou art versed in the science of horses and art also skillful in guiding them. Do thou speedily yoke those that thou thinkest to be able. Thereupon the skillful Nala yoked upon the car 4 excellent steeds of good breed that were, besides, docile and fleet. And after the steeds had been yoked, the king without loss of time mounted upon the car, when those best of horses fell down upon the ground on their knees. Then, O king, that foremost of men, the blessed King Nala began to soothe horses endued with energy and strength, and raising them up with the reins and making the charioteer Vashnia sit on the car, he prepared to set out with great speed. And those best of steeds, duly urged by Vahuka, rose to the sky, confounding the occupant of the vehicle. And beholding those steeds gifted with the speed of the wind thus drawing the car, the blessed king of Ayodhya was exceedingly amazed. And noticing the rattle of the car and also the management of the steeds, Vashnia reflected upon Vahuka's skill in guiding horses. And he thought, Is he Matli, the charioteer of the king of the Celestials? I find the same magnificent indications in the heroic Vahuka. Or, hath Saliha traversed in the science of horses taken this human shape so beautiful? Or, is it King Nala the reducer of hostile towns that hath come here? Or, it may be that this Vahuka knoweth the science that Nala knoweth, for I perceive that the knowledge of Vahuka is equal to that of Nala. Further, Vahuka and Nala are of the same age. This one, again, may not be Nala of high prowess, but somebody of equal knowledge. Illustrious persons, however, walk this earth in disguise in consequence of misfortune, or agreeably to the ordinance of the scriptures. That this person is of unsightly appearance need not change my opinion, for Nala, I think, may even be despoiled of his personal features. In respect of age this one equals Nala. There is difference, however, in personal appearance. Vahuka, again, is endued with every accomplishment. I think, therefore, he is Nala. Having thus reasoned long in his mind, O mighty monarch, Vashnia, the former charioteer of the righteous Nala, became absorbed in thought, and that foremost of kings Richtupena, also, beholding the skill of Vahuka in equestrian science, experienced great delight, along with his charioteer Vashnia. And thinking of Vahuka's application and ardour and the manner of his holding the reins, the king felt exceedingly glad. Section XXI. Vrihadaswa said, Like a bird coursing through the sky, Nala soon crossed rivers and mountains, and woods and lakes. And while the car was coursing thus, that conqueror of hostile cities, the royal son of Banajura, saw his upper garment drop down on the ground. And as soon as his garment had dropped down, the high-minded monarch, without loss of time, told Nala, I intend to recover it. O thou of profound intelligence, retain these steeds in dues with exceeding swiftness until Vashnya bringeth back my garment. Thereupon Nala replied unto him, the sheet is dropped down far away. We have travelled 1 yojana thence. Therefore, it is incapable of being recovered. After Nala had addressed him thus, O king, the royal son of Banajura came upon a vibhataka tree with fruits in a forest. And seeing that tree, the king hastily said to Vahuka, O charioteer, do thou also behold my high proficiency in calculation? All men do not know everything. There is no one that is versed in every science of art. Knowledge in its entirety is not found in any one person. O Vahuka, the leaves and fruits of this tree that are lying on the ground respectively exceed those that are on it by 101. The 2 branches of the tree have 50 millions of leaves, and 2,095 fruits. Do thou examine these 2 branches and all their boughs. Thereupon staying the car, Vahuka addressed the king, saying, O crusher of foes, thou takest credit to thyself in a matter which is beyond my perception. But, O monarch, I will ascertain it by the direct evidence of my senses, by cutting down the vibhataka. O king, when I actually count, it will no longer be matter of speculation. Therefore, in thy presence, O monarch, I will hew down this vibhataka. I do not know whether it be not, as thou hast said. In thy presence, O ruler of men, I will count the fruits and leaves. Let Vashnya hold the reins of the horses for a while. And to the charioteer the king replied, there is no time to lose. But Vahuka answered with humility, stay thou a short space, or, if thou art in a hurry, go then, making Vashnya thy charioteer. The road lies direct and even. And at this, O son of the Kuru race, soothing Vahuka, Ritupana said, O Vahuka, thou art the only charioteer, there is none other in this world. And, O thou versed in horse lore, it is through thy help that I expect to go to the Vidarbhas. I place myself in thy hands. It behoveth thee not to cause any obstacle. And, O Vahuka, whatever thy wish, I will grant it if taking me to the country of the Vidarbhas today, thou makest me see the sunrise. At this, Vahuka answered him, saying, after having counted the leaves and fruits of the vibhataka, I shall proceed to Vidarbha. Do thou agree to my words? Then the king reluctantly told him, count. And on counting the leaves and fruits of a portion of this branch, thou wilt be satisfied of the truth of my assertion. And thereupon Vahuka speedily alighted from the car, and felled that tree. And struck with amazement upon finding the fruits, after calculation, to be what the king had said, he addressed the king, saying, O monarch, this thy power is wonderful. I desire, O prince, to know the art by which thou hast ascertained all this. And at this king, intent upon proceeding speedily, said unto Vahuka, know that I am proficient at dice besides being versed in numbers. And Vahuka said unto him, impart unto me this knowledge and, O bull among men, take from me my knowledge of horses. And King Ritupana, having regard to the importance of the act that depended upon Vahuka's goodwill, and tempted also by the horse law that his charioteer possessed, said, so be it. As solicited by thee, receive this science of dice from me, and, O Vahuka, let my equine science remain with thee in trust. And saying this, Ritupana imparted unto Nala the science he desired. And Nala, upon becoming acquainted with the science of dice, Kali came out of his body, incessantly vomiting from his mouth the virulent poison of Karkadaka. And when Kali, afflicted by Damayanti's curse, came out of Nala's body, The fire of that curse also left Kali. Indeed, long had been the time for which the king had been afflicted by Kali, as if he were of unregenerate soul. And Kala, the ruler of the Nishadas, in wrath, was bent upon cursing Kali, when the latter, frightened and trembling, said with joined hands, "Control thy wrath, O king. I will render thee illustrious. Indrasna's mother had formerly cursed me in anger when she had been deserted by thee. Ever since that time, undergoing sore affliction, I resided in thee, O mighty monarch, O unconquered one, miserably and burning night and day with the venom of the prince of snakes. I seek thy protection. If thou dost not curse me who am affrighted and seek thy protection, then those men that will attentively recite thy history shall be even free from fear on my account." And thus addressed by Kali, King Nala controlled his wrath. And thereupon the frightened Kali speedily entered into the Vipitaka tree. And while the Kali was conversing with Nishada, he was invisible to others, and delivered from his afflictions, and having counted the fruits of that tree, the king, filled with great joy and of high energy, mounted on the car and proceeded with energy, urging those fleet horses. And from the touch of Kali the Vipitaka tree from the tower fell into disrepute. And Nala, with a glad heart, began to urge those foremost of steeds which sprang into the air once and again like creatures endued with wings. And the illustrious monarch drove the car in the direction of the Vidarbhas. And after Nala had gone far away, Kali also returned to his abode. And abandoned by Kali, O king, that lord of earth, the royal Nala, became freed from calamity, though he did not assume his native form. Section XXI. Vrihadaswara said, after Ritupana of prowess incapable of being baffled had, in the evening, arrived at the city of the Vidarbhas, the people brought unto King Bhima the tidings of his arrival. And at the invitation of Bhima, the king of Ayodhya entered the city of Kandina, filling with the rattle of his car all the 10 points, direct and transverse, of the horizon. And the steeds of Nala that were in that city heard that sound, and hearing it they became delighted as they used to be in the presence of Nala himself. And Damayanti also heard the sound of that car driven by Nala, like the deep roar of the clouds in the rainy season. And Bhima and the steeds of Nala regarded the clatter of that car to be like that which they used to hear in days of yore when King Nala himself urged his own steeds. And the peacocks on the terraces, and the elephants in the stables, and the horses also, all heard the rattle of Ritupana's car. And hearing the sound, so like the roar of the clouds, the elephants and the peacocks, O king, began to utter their cries, facing that direction, and filled with delight such as they experience when they hear the actual roar of the clouds. And Damayanti said, because the rattle of his car filling the whole earth gladdens my heart, it must be King Nala that has come. If I do not see Nala, of face bright as the moon, that hero with countless virtues, I shall certainly die. If I am not clasped today in that hero's thrilling embrace, I shall certainly cease to be. If Nishada with voice deep as that of the clouds doth not come to me today, I shall enter into a pyre of golden brilliance. If that foremost of kings, powerful as a lion and gifted with the strength of an infuriated elephant, doth not present himself before me, I shall certainly cease to live. I do not remember a single untruth in him, or a single wrong done by him to others. Never hath he spoken an untruth even in jest. Oh, my Nala is exalted and forgiving and heroic and magnificent and superior to all other kings, and faithful to his marriage vow and like unto a eunuch in respect of other females. Night and day dwelling upon his perceptions, my heart, in absence of that dear one, is about to burst in grief. Thus, bewailing as if devoid of sense, Damayanti, O Bharata, ascended the terrace of her mansion, with the desire of seeing the righteous Nala. and in the yard of the central mansion she beheld King Richupana on the car with Vashnia and Vehuka. And Vashnia and Vehuka, descending for that excellent vehicle, unyoked the steeds, and kept the vehicle itself in a proper place. And King Richupana also, descending from the car, presented himself before King Bhima, possessed of terrible prowess. And Bhima received him with great respect, for in the absence of a proper occasion, a great person cannot be had as a guest. And honoured by Bhima, King Richupana looked about him again and again, but saw no traces of the Swayamvara. And the ruler of the Vidarbhas, Mahabharata, approaching Richupana, said, "Welcome. What is the occasion of this thy visit?" And King Bhima asked this without knowing that Richupana had come to obtain the hand of his daughter. And King Richupana, of unbaffled prowess and gifted with intelligence, saw that there were no other kings or princes. Nor did he hear any talk relating to the Swayamvara, nor saw any concourse of Brahmanas. And at this, the king of Kosala reflected a while and at length said, "I have come here to pay my respects to thee." And the king Bhima was struck with astonishment, and reflected upon their probable cause of Richupana's coming, having passed over 100 yojanas. And he reflected that passing by other sovereigns, and leaving behind him innumerable countries, he should come simply to pay his respect to me is scarcely the reason of his arrival. What he assigneth to be the cause of his coming appeareth to be a trifle. However, I shall learn the true reason in the future. And although King Bhima thought so, he did not dismiss Richupana summarily, but said unto him again and again, "Rest, thou art weary." And honoured thus by the pleased Bhima, King Richupana was satisfied, and with a delighted heart, he went to his appointed quarters, followed by the servants of the royal household. Vrihad as well continued, and, O king, after Richupana had gone away with Vashnia, Vehuka took the car to the stables, and the freeing the steeds, and tending them according to rule, and soothing them himself, sat down on a side of the car. Meanwhile, the princess of Dava, Damayanti, afflicted with grief, having beheld the royal son of Banajura, and Vashnia of the Sutta race, and also Vehuka in that guise, asked herself, "Whose is this car rattle? It was loud as that of Nala, but I do not see the ruler of the Nishadas. Certainly, Vashnia hath learnt the art from Nala, and it is for this the rattle of the car driven by him hath been even like that of Nala. Or is Richupana equally skilled with Nala, so that the rattle of his seemeth to be like that of Nala?" And reflecting thus, O monarch, the blessed and beauteous girl sent a female messenger in search of Nishada. Section Xxif. Damayanti said, "O Cassini, go thou and learn who that charioteer is that sitteth by the car, unsightly and possessed of short arms. O blessed one, O faultless one, approaching him, cautiously and with sweet words, make thou the usual inquiries of courtesy, and learn all particulars truly. Having regard to the feeling of satisfaction my mind experienceth, and the delight my heart feeleth, I am greatly afraid this one is King Nala himself. And, O faultless one, having inquired after his welfare, thou shalt speak unto him the words of Panarda. And, O beauteous one, understand the reply he may make thereto." Thus instructed, that female messenger, going cautiously, while the blessed Damayanti watched from the terrace, addressed Vehuka in these words, "O foremost of men, thou art welcome. I wish thee happiness. O bull among men, hear now the words of Damayanti. When did ye all set out, and with what object have ye come hither? Tell us truly, for the princess of Vidarbha wisheth to hear it." Thus addressed, Vehuka answered, "The illustrious king of Kosala had heard from a Brahmana that a second Swayamvara of Damayanti would take place. And hearing it, he hath come here, by the help of excellent steeds fleet as the wind and capable of going 100 yojanas. I am his charioteer. Cassini then asked, Whence doth the third among you come, and whose son is he? And whose son art thou, and how hast thou come to do this work? Thus questioned, Vaihuka replied, He, of whom thou inquirest, was the charioteer of the virtuous Nala, and known to all by the name of Vashnia. After Nala had, O beauteous one, left his kingdom, he came to the son of Banajura. I am skilled in horse law, and have, therefore, been appointed as charioteer. Indeed, King Richupana hath himself chosen me as his charioteer and cook. At this Cassini rejoined, Perhaps Vashnia knoweth where King Nala hath gone, and O Vaihuka, he may also have spoken to thee about his master. Vaihuka then said, Having brought hither the children of Nala of excellent deeds, Vashnia went away whither he listed. He doth not know when Shadow is. Nor, O illustrious one, doth anybody else know of Nala's whereabouts, for the king, in calamity, wandereth over the world in disguise and despoiled of his native beauty. Nala's self only knoweth Nala. Nala never discovereth his marks of identity anywhere. Thus addressed, Cassini returned. The Brahmana that had before this gone to Ayodhya had repeatedly said these words suitable to female lips. O beloved gambler, where hast thou gone, cutting off half my piece of cloth, and deserting me, his dear and devoted wife, who sleep in the woods? And she herself, as commanded by him, waiteth expecting him clad in half a garment, and burning day and night in grief. O king, O hero, do thou relent towards her that weepeth ceaselessly for that calamity, and do thou give her an answer. O illustrious one, do thou speak the words agreeable to her, for the blameless one panteth to hear them. Hearing these words of the Brahmana, thou didst formally give a reply. The princess of Vidarbha again wisheth to hear the words thou didst then say. Vrihadaswa continued, O son of the Kuru race. Hearing these words of Cassini, Nala's heart was pained, and his eyes filled with tears. And repressing his sorrow, the king, who was burning in grief, said again these words, in accents choked with tears, Chase women, though overtaken by calamity, yet protect themselves, and thereby secure heaven. Women that are chaste, deserted by their lords, never become angry, but continue to live, cased in virtues male. Deserted by one fallen into calamity, bereft of sense, and despoiled of bliss, it behoveth her not to be angry. A virtuous lady should not be angry with one that was deprived by birds of his garment while striving to procure sustenance, and who is burning in misery. Whether treated well or ill, she would never be angry, seeing her husband in that plight, despoiled of his kingdom, bereft of prosperity, oppressed with hunger, and overwhelmed with calamity. And, O Bharata, while speaking thus, Nala, oppressed with grief, could not restrain his tears, but began to weep. And thereupon Cassini went back to Damayanti, and acquainted her with everything about that conversation as well as that outburst of grief. Section LXXV. Vrihadaswa said, hearing everything, Damayanti became oppressed with grief, and suspecting the person to be Nala, said unto Cassini, O Cassini, go thou again, and examine Vaihuka, and staying in silence at his side mark thou his conduct. And, O beauteous one, whenever he happens to do anything skilful, do thou observe well his act while accomplishing it. And, O Cassini, whenever he may ask water or fire, with a view of offering him obstruction, thou shalt be in no hurry to give it. And marking everything about his behavior, come thou and tell me. And whatever human or superhuman thou seest in Vaihuka, together with anything else, should all be reported unto me. And thus addressed by Damayanti, Cassini went away, and having marked the conduct of that person versed in horse law, she came back. And she related unto Damayanti all that had happened, indeed, everything of human and superhuman that she had witnessed in Vaihuka. And Cassini said, O Damayanti, a person of such control over the elements I have never before seen or heard of. Whenever he cometh to low passage, he never stoopeth down, but seeing him, the passage itself groweth in height so that he may pass through it easily. And at his approach, impassable narrow holes open wide. King Bhima had sent various kinds of meat, of diverse animals, for rich Upana's food. And many vessels had been placed there for washing the meat. And as he looked upon them, those vessels became filled with water. And having washed the meat, as he set himself to cook, he took up a handful of grass and held it in the sun, when fire blazed up all on a sudden. Beholding this marvel, I have come hither amazed. Further, I have witnessed in him another great wonder. O beauteous one, he touched fire and was not burnt. And at his will, water falling floweth in a stream. And I have witnessed another greater wonder still. He took up some flowers, began to press them slowly with his hands. And pressed by his hand, the flowers did not lose their original forms, but, on the contrary, became gayer and more odorous than before. Having beheld wonderful things, I have come hither with speed. Vrihadaswa continued, hearing of these acts of the virtuous Nala, and discovering him from his behavior, Damayanti considered him as already recovered. And from these indications suspecting that Vahuka was her husband, Damayanti once more weepingly addressed Kasini in soft words, saying, O beauteous one, go thou once more, and bring from the kitchen, without Vahuka's knowledge, some meat that hath been boiled and dressed by him. Thus commanded, Kasini, ever bent on doing what was agreeable to Damayanti, went to Vahuka, and taking some hot meat came back without loss of time. And Kasini gave that meat, O son of the Kuru race, unto Damayanti. And Damayanti, who had formerly often partaken of meat dressed by Nala, tasted the meat that was brought by her handmaid. And she thereupon decided Vahuka to be Nala, and wept aloud in grief of heart. And, O Bharata, overwhelmed with grief, and washing her face, she sent her 2 children with Kasini. And Vahuka, who was the king in disguise, recognizing Indrasena with her brother, advanced hastily, and embracing them, took them up on his lap. And taking up his children like unto the children of the celestials, he began to weep aloud in sonorous accents, his heart oppressed with great sorrow. And after having repeatedly betrayed his agitation, Nshada suddenly left children, and addressed Kasini, saying, O fair damsel, these twins are very like my own children. Beholding them unexpectedly, I shed tears. If thou comest to me frequently, people may think evil, for we are guests from another land. Therefore, O blessed one, go at thy ease. Section XV. Vrihadaswa said, beholding the agitation of the virtuous and wise Nala, Kasini returned unto Damayanti and related everything unto her. And thereupon Damayanti, with a sorrowful heart and eager to behold Nala, again dispatched Kasini to her mother, asking her to say on her behalf, suspecting Vahuka to be Nala, I have tried him in various ways. My doubt now only relates to his appearance. I intend to examine him myself. O mother, either let him enter the palace, or give me permission to go to him, and arrange this with the knowledge of my father or without it. And thus addressed to Damayanti, that lady communicated unto Bhima the intention of his daughter, and upon learning it the king gave his consent. And, O bull of the Bharata race, having obtained the consent both of her father and mother, Damayanti caused Nala to be brought to her apartments. And as soon as he saw Damayanti unexpectedly, King Nala was overwhelmed with grief and sorrow, and bathed in tears. And that best of women, Damayanti, also, upon beholding King Nala in that condition, was sorely afflicted with grief. And, O monarch, herself clad in a piece of red cloth, and wearing matted locks, and covered with dirt and dust, Damayanti then addressed Vahuka, saying, O Vahuka, hast thou ever seen any person acquainted with duty, who hath gone away, deserting his sleeping wife in the forest? Who, except the virtuous Nala, could go away, deserting in the woods, his dear and unoffending wife overcome with fatigue? Of what offence was I guilty in the eyes of that monarch since my early youth, that he should go away deserting me in the woods while asleep, overcome with fatigue? Why should he whom I formerly chose in preference to the gods themselves abandon his ever devoted and loving wife, who had become the mother also of his children? Before the fire, and in presence also of the celestials, he had taken my hand, vowing, Verily I will be thine. Oh, where was that vow when he deserted me? O represser of foes! While Damayanti was saying all this, tears of sorrow began to flow plentifully from her eyes. And beholding her thus afflicted with grief, Nala also, shedding tears, black of those of a gazelle with extremities of reddish hue, said, O timid one, neither the loss of my kingdom nor my desertion of thee was my act. Both were due to Kali. And, O foremost of virtuous women, lamenting for me day and night, and overcome with sorrow, thou hadst in the woods cursed Kali, and so he began to dwell in my body, burning in consequence of thy curse. Indeed, burning with thy curse, he lived within me like fire within fire. O blessed girl, that our sorrows might terminate, that wretch have I overcome by my observances and austerities. The sinful wretch hath already left me, and it is for this that I have come hither. My presence here, O fair lady, is for thy sake. I have no other object. But, O timid one, can any other woman, forsaking her loving and devoted husband, ever choose a second lord like thee? At the command of the king, messengers are ranging this entire earth, saying, Bhama's daughter will, of her own accord, choose a second husband worthy of her. Immediately on hearing this, the son of Banajura hath arrived here. Hearing these lamentations of Nala, Damayanti, frightened and trembling, said with joined hand, It behoveth thee not, O blessed one, to suspect any fault in me. O ruler of the Nishadas, passing over the celestials themselves, I choose thee as my lord. It was to bring thee hither that the Brahmanas had gone out in all directions, even to all the sides of the horizon, singing my words, in the form of ballads. At last, O king, a learned Brahmana named Parnada had found thee in Kosala in the palace of Ritupurna. When thou hadst returned a fit answer to those words of his, it was then, O Nshada, that I devised this scheme to recover thee. Except thee, O Lord of earth, there is no one in this world, who in one day can clear, O king, 100 yojanas with horses. O monarch, touching thy feet I can swear truly that I have not, even in thought, committed any sin. May the all-witnessing air that courseth through this world take my life, if I have committed any sin. May the sun that ever courseth through the sky take my life, if I have committed any sin. May the moon, that dwelleth within every creature as a witness, take my life, if I have committed any sin. Let the three gods that sustain the triple worlds in their entirety declare truly, or let them forsake me today. And thus addressed by her, the wind god said from the sky, O Nala, I tell thee truly that she hath done no wrong. O king, Damayanti, well guarding the honour of thy family, hath enhanced it. Of this we are the witnesses, as we have been her protectors for these 3 years. It is for thy sky that she hath devised this unrivalled scheme. For, except thee, none on earth is capable of travelling in a single day 100 yojanas. O monarch, thou hast obtained Bhama's daughter, and she hath also obtained thee. Thou needest not entertain any suspicion but be united with thy partner. And after the wind god had said this, a floral shower fell there, and the celestial kettle drum began to play, and auspicious breezes began to blow. And beholding those wonders, O Bharata, King Nala, the represser of foes, cast away all his doubts in respect of Damayanti. And then that Lord of Earth, remembering the King of Serpents, wore that pure garment and regained his native form. And beholding her righteous Lord in his own form, Bhima's daughter of the faultless limbs embraced him, and began to weep aloud. And King Nala also embraced Bhima's daughter, devoted to him, as before, and also his children, and experienced great delight. And burying her face in his bosom, the beauteous Damayanti of large eyes began to sigh heavily, remembering her griefs. And overwhelmed with sorrow, that tiger among men stood for some time, clasping the dust-covered Damayanti of sweet smiles. And, O King, the Queen Mother then, with a glad heart, told Bhima all that had passed between Nala and Damayanti. And the mighty monarch answered, "Let Nala pass this day in peace. Tomorrow I shall see him after his bath and prayers, with Damayanti by his side." And, O King, they passed that night pleasantly, in relating to each other the past incidents of their life in the forest. And with hearts filled with joy, the Princess of Vidarbha and Nala began to pass their days in the palace of King Bhima, intent upon making each other happy. And it was in the 4th year, after the loss of his kingdom, that Nala was reunited with his wife, and all his desires gratified, once more experienced the highest bliss. And Damayanti rejoiced exceedingly in having recovered her lord, even as fields of tender plants on receiving a shower. And Bhima's daughter, thus recovering her lord, obtained her wish, and blazed forth in beauty, her weariness gone, her anxieties dispelled, and herself swelling with joy, ever like a night that is lit by the bright disk of the moon. Section XVI. Vrihadaswara said, having passed that night, King Nala, decked in ornaments and with Damayanti by his side, presented himself in due time before the king. And Nala saluted his father-in-law with becoming humility, and after him the fair Damayanti paid her respects to her father. And the exalted Bhima, with great joy, received him as a son, and honouring him duly along with his devoted wife, comforted them in proper words. And duly accepting the homage rendered unto him, King Nala offered his father-in-law his services as became him. And seeing Nala arrived, the citizens were in great joy. And there arose in the city a loud uproar of delight. And the citizens decorated the city with flags and standards and garlands of flowers. And the streets were watered and decked in floral wreaths and other ornaments. And at their gates citizens piled flowers, and their temples and shrines were all adorned with flowers. And Richupana heard that Vahuka had already been united with Damayanti. And the king was glad to hear of all this. And calling unto him King Nala, he asked his forgiveness. And the intelligent Nala also asked Richupana's forgiveness, showing diverse reasons. And that foremost of speakers versed in the truth, King Richupana, after being thus honoured by Nala, said, with a countenance expressive of wonder, these words unto the ruler of the Nishadas: By good fortune it is that regaining the company of thy own wife, thou hast obtained happiness. O Nishada, while dwelling in disguise at my house, I hope I did not wrong thee in any way, O Lord of the earth. If knowingly I have done thee any wrong, it behoveth thee to forgive me. Hearing this, Nala replied, Thou hast not, O monarch, done me ever so little an injury. And if thou hast, it hath not awakened my ire, for surely thou shouldst be forgiven by me. Thou wert formerly my friend, and, O ruler of men, thou art also related to me. Henceforth I shall find greater delight in thee. O king, with all my desires gratified, I lived happily in thy abode, in fact more happily than in my own house. This thy horse law is in my keeping. If thou wishest, O king, I will make it over to thee. Saying this, Nishada gave unto Richupana that science, and the latter took it with the ordained rites. And, O monarch, the royal son of Banajura, having obtained the mysteries of equestrian science, and having given unto the ruler of the Nishadas the mysteries of dice, went to his own city, employing another person for his charioteer. And, O king, after Richupana had gone, King Nala did not stay long in the city of Kandina. Section XVI. Vrihadaswara said, O son of Kunti, the ruler of the Nishadas having dwelt there for a month, set out from that city with Bhima's permission and accompanied by only a few followers, for the country of the Nishadas, with a single car white in hue, 16 elephants, 50 horses, and 600 infantry. That illustrious king, causing the earth itself to tremble, entered the country of the Nishadas, without loss of a moment and swelling with rage. And the mighty son of Virasena, approaching his brother's Pushkara, said unto him, We will play again, for I have earned vast wealth. Let Damayanti and all else that I have be my stake. Let, O Pushkara, thy kingdom be thy stake. Let the play begin again. This is my certain determination. Blessed be thou, let us stake all we have along with our lives. Having won over and acquired another's wealth or kingdom, it is a high duty, says the ordinance, to stake it when the owner demands. Or, if thou dost not relish play with dice, let the play with weapons begin. O king, let me or thyself have peace by a single combat. That this ancestral kingdom should, under all circumstances and by any means, be recovered, there is the authority of sages for holding. And, O Pushkara, choose thou one of these two things, gambling with dice or bending the bow in battle. Thus addressed by Nishada, Pushkara, sure of his own success, laughingly answered that monarch, saying, O Nishada, it is by good fortune that thou hast turned wealth again to stake. It is by good fortune also that Damayanti's ill luck hath at last come to an end. And, O king, it is by good fortune that thou art still alive with thy wife, O thou of mighty arms. It is evident that Damayanti, adorned with this wealth of thine that I will win, will wait upon me like an Apsara in heaven upon Indra. O Nishada, I daily recollect thee and am even waiting for thee, since I derive no pleasure from gambling with those that are not connected with me by blood. Winning over today the beauteous Damayanti of faultless features, I shall regard myself fortunate, indeed, since she it is that hath ever dwelt in my heart. Hearing these words of that incoherent braggart, Nala in anger desired to cut off his head with a scimitar. With a smile, however, though his eyes were red in anger, King Nala said, Let us play. Why do you speak so now? Having vanquished me, you can say anything you like. Then the play commenced between Pushkara and Nala. And blessed be Nala who at a single throw won his wealth and treasures back along with the life of his brother that also had been staked. And the king, having won, smilingly said unto Pushkara, This whole kingdom without a thorn in its side is now undisturbedly mine. And, O worst of kings, thou canst not now even look at the princess of Vidarbha. With all thy family, thou art now, O fool, reduced to the position of her slave. But my former defeat at thy hands was not due to any act of thine. Thou knowest it not, O fool, that it was Kali who did it all. I shall not, therefore, impute to thee the faults of others. Live happily as thou choosest, I grant thee thy life. I also grant thee thy portion in the paternal kingdom, along with all necessaries. And, O hero, without doubt, my affection towards thee is now the same as before. My fraternal love also for thee will never know any diminution. O Pushkara, thou art my brother, live thou for 100 years. And Nala of unbaffled prowess, having comforted his brother thus gave him permission to go to his own town, having embraced him repeatedly. And Pushkara himself, thus comforted by the ruler of the Nishadas, saluted that righteous king, and addressed him, O monarch, saying these words with joined hands, Let thy fame be immortal and live thou happily for 10,000 years, thou who grantest me, O king, both life and refuge. And entertained by the king, Pushkara dwelt there for a month, and then went to his own town accompanied by large force and many obedient servants and his own kindred, his heart filled with joy. And that bull among men all the while blazed forth in beauty of person like a second Sunday, and the blessed ruler of the Nishadas, having established Pushkara and made him wealthy and freed him from troubles, entered his richly decorated palace. And the ruler of the Nishadas, having entered his palace, comforted the citizens. And all the citizens and the subjects from the country horripilated in joy. And the people headed by the officers of state said with joined hands, O king, we are truly glad today throughout the city and the country. We have obtained today our ruler, like the gods their chief of 100 in sacrifice. Section 6. Vrihadaswa said, after the festivities had commenced in the city that was full of joy and without anxiety of any kind, the king with a large force brought Damayanti from her father's home. And her father, too, that slayer of hostile heroes, Bhima of terrible prowess and immeasurable soul, sent his daughter, having honored her duly. And upon the arrival of the princess Sivadabu accompanied by her son and daughter, King Nala began to pass his days in joy like the chief of the celestials in the gardens of Nandana. And the king of undying fame, having regained his kingdom and becoming illustrious among monarchs of the island of Jamvu, began once more to rule it. And he duly performed numerous sacrifices with abundant gifts to Brahmanas. O great king, thou also wilt with thy kindred and relatives so blaze forth in effulgence soon. For, O foremost of men, it was thus that subjugator of hostile cities, King Nala, had fallen into distress along with his wife, in consequence, O bull of Bharata race of dice. And, O lord of the earth, Nala suffered such dire woe all alone and recovered his prosperity, whereas thou, O son of Pandu, with heart fixed on virtue, art sporting in joy in this great forest, accompanied by thy brothers and Krishna. When thou art also, O monarch, mixing daily with blessed Brahmanas versed in the Vedas and their branches, thou hast little cause for sorrow. This history, besides, of the Nagakarkadaka, of Damayanti, of Nala and of that royal sage Richupana, is destructive of evil. And, O thou of unfading glory, this history, destructive of the influence of Kali, is capable, O king, of comforting persons like thee when they listen to it. And reflecting upon the uncertainty of success, of human exertion, it behoveth thee not to joy or grieve at prosperity or adversity. Having listened to this history, be comforted, O king, and yield not to grief. It behoveth thee not, O great king, to pine under calamity. Indeed, men of self-possession, reflecting upon the caprice of destiny and the fruitlessness of exertion, never suffer themselves to be depressed. They that will repeatedly recite this noble history of Nala, and that will hear it recited, will never be touched by adversity. He that listeneth to this old and excellent history hath all his purposes crowned with success and, without doubt, obtaineth fame, besides sons and grandsons and animals, a high position among men, and health, and joy. And, O king, the fear also that thou entertainest, viz., some one skilled in dice will summon me, I will for once dispel. O thou of invincible prowess, I know the science of dice in its entirety. I am gratified with thee, take this law, O son of Kunti, I will tell unto thee. Vaisampayana continued, King Yudhishthira then, with a glad heart, said unto Vrihadaswa, O illustrious one, I desire to learn the science of dice from thee. The rishi then gave his dice law unto the Hisul son of Pandu, and having given it unto him, that great ascetic went to the sacred waters of Hyasya shore for a bath. And after Vrihadaswa had gone away, Yudhishthira of firm vows heard from Brahmanas and ascetics that came to him from various directions and from places of pilgrimage and mountains and forests that Arjuna of high intelligence and capable of drawing the bow with his left hand was still engaged in the austerest of ascetic penances, living upon air alone. And he heard that the mighty armed Partha was engaged in such fierce asceticism that none else before him had ever been engaged in such penances. And Ananjaya, the son of Pritha, engaged in ascetic austerities with regulated vows and fixed mind and observing the vow of perfect silence, was, he heard, like the blazing god of justice himself in his embodied form. And, O king, Yudhishthira, the son of Bandu, hearing that his dear brother Jaya, the son of Kunti, was engaged in such asceticism in the great forest, began to grieve for him. And with a heart burning in grief, the eldest son of Bandu, seeking consolation in that mighty forest, held converse with the Brahmanas possessed of various knowledge who were living with him there. Section LXXX. To the Yatrapava. Janamjaya said, O Holy One, after my great-grandfather Partha had gone away from the woods of Kamyaka, what did the sons of Bandu do in the absence of that hero capable of drawing the bow with his left hand? It seemeth to me that mighty bowman and vanquisher of armies was the refuge, as Vishnu of the celestials. How did my heroic grandsires pass their time in the forest, deprived of the company of that hero, who resembled Indra himself in prowess and never turned his back in battle? Vaisampayana said, after Arjuna of unbaffled prowess had gone away from Kamyaka, the sons of Pandu, O son, were filled with sorrow and grief. And the Pandavas with cheerless hearts very much resembled pearls unstrung from a wreath, or birds shorn of their wings. And without that hero of white steeds, that forest looked like the Chaitra of the woods when deprived of the presence of Kuvara. And, O Janamjaya, those tigers among men, the sons of Pandu, deprived of the company of Arjuna, continued to live in Kamyaka in perfect cheerlessness. And, O chief of the Bharata race, those mighty warriors endowed with great prowess slew with pure arrows various kinds of sacrificial animals for the Brahmanas. And those tigers among men and repressors of foes, daily slaying those wild animals and sanctifying them properly, offered them unto the Brahmanas. And it was thus, O king, that those bulls among men afflicted with sorrow lived there with cheerless hearts after Dhananjaya's departure. The princess of Panchala in particular, remembering her third lord, addressed the anxious Yudhishthira and said, that Arjuna with 2 hands rivals the 1,000-armed Arjuna of old. Alas, without that foremost of the sons of Pandu, this forest doth not seem at all beautiful in my eyes. Without him, whenever I cast my eyes, this earth seems to be forlorn. Even this forest with its blossoming trees and so full of wonders, without Arjuna seems not so delightful as before. Without him who is like a mass of blue clouds, in hue, who hath the prowess of an infuriated elephant, and whose eyes are like the leaves of the lotus, this Kamyaka forest doth not seem beautiful to me. Remembering that hero capable of drawing the bow with his left hand, and the twang of whose bow sounds like the roar of thunder, I cannot feel any happiness, O king. And, O monarch, hearing her lament in this strain, that slayer of hostile heroes, Bhimasena, addressed Draupadi in these words, O blessed lady of slender waist, the agreeable words thou utterest delight my heart like the quaffing of nectar. Without him whose arms are long and symmetrical, and stout and like unto a couple of iron maces and round and marked by the scars of the bowstrings and graced with the bow and sword and other weapons and encircled with golden bracelets and like unto a couple of 5-headed snakes, without that tiger among men the sky itself seemeth to be without the sun. without that mighty armed one relying upon whom the Panchalas and the Kauravas fear not the sternly exerting ranks of the Celestials themselves, without that illustrious hero relying upon whose arms we all regard our foes as already vanquished and the earth itself as already conquered, without that Fulgana I cannot obtain any peace in the woods of Kamyaka. The different directions also, wherever I cast my eyes, appear to be empty. After Bhima had concluded, Nakula the son of Pandu, with voice choked with tears, said, "Without him whose extraordinary deeds on the field of battle constitute the talk of even the gods, without that foremost of warriors, what pleasure can we have in the woods? Without him who having gone towards the north had vanquished mighty Gandhava chiefs by hundreds, and who having obtained numberless handsome horses of the Titiri and Kalmasha species all endowed with the speed of the wind, presented them from affection unto his brother the king, on the occasion of the great Rajasuya sacrifice, without that dear and illustrious one, without that terrible warrior born after Bhima, without that hero equal unto a god, I do not desire to live in the Kamyaka woods any longer." After Nakula's lamentations, Sahadeva said, "He who having vanquished mighty warriors in battle won wealth and virgins and brought them unto the king on the occasion of the great Rajasuya sacrifice, that hero of immeasurable splendor who having vanquished single-handed the assembled Yadavas in battle, ravished Subhadra with the consent of Vasudeva, he who having invaded the dominion of the illustrious Drupada gave, O Bharata, unto the preceptor Drona his tuition fee, beholding, O king, that Jishu's bed of grass empty in our asylum, my heart refuses consolation. A migration from this forest is what, O repressor of foes, I would prefer, for without that hero this forest cannot be delightful." Section XXC. Vaisampayana said, hearing these words of his brothers as also of Krishna, all of whom were anxious on account of Dhananjaya, King Yudhishthira, the just, became melancholy. And at that time he saw, before him, the celestial Rishi Narada blazing with Brahmi booty and like unto a fire flaming up in consequence of sacrificial libation. And beholding him come, King Yudhishthira with his brothers stood up and duly worshipped the illustrious one, and endued with blazing energy, the handsome chief of the Kuru race, surrounded by his brothers, shone like the god of 100 sacrifices, encircled by the celestials. And Yajnasanti, in obedience to the dictates of morality, adhered to her lords, the sons of Pritha, like Savitri to the Vedas or the rays of the sun to the peak of Meru. And the illustrious Rishi Narada, accepting that worship, comforted the son of Dharma in proper terms. And, O sinless one, addressing the high-souled king Yudhishthira, the just, the Rishi said, "Tell me, O foremost of virtuous men, what it is that thou seekest and what I can do for thee." At this, the royal son of Dharma, bowing with his brothers unto Narada, who was the revered of the celestials, told him with joined hands, "O thou that art highly blessed and worshipped by all the worlds, when thou art gratified with me, I regard all my wishes in consequence of thy grace, as already fulfilled, O thou of excellent vows. If, O sinless one, I with my brothers deserve thy favor, it behoveth thee, O best of Munis, to dispel the doubt that is in my mind. It behoveth thee to tell me in detail what merit is his that goeth round the worlds, desirous of beholding the sacred waters and shrines that are on it." Narada said, "Listen, O king, with attention, to what the intelligent Bhishma had heard before from Pulastya. Once, O blessed one, that foremost of virtuous men, Bhishma, while in the observance of the Pitriya vow, lived, O king, in the company of Munis in a delightful and sacred region, near the source of the Ganga, that is resorted to by the celestial rishis and Gandharvas and the celestials themselves. And while living there, the resplendent one gratified with his oblations the Pitris, the gods and the rishis, according to the rites inculcated in the scriptures. And once on a time, while the illustrious one was engaged in his silent recitations, he beheld Pulastya, that best of rishis, of wonderful appearance. And beholding that austere ascetic blazing with beauty, he was filled with great delight and exceeding wonder. And, O Bharata, that foremost of virtuous men, Bhishma, then worshipped that blessed rishi according to the rites of the ordinance. And purifying himself and with rapt attention, he approached that best of Brahmarshis, with the argyle on his head. And uttering aloud his name, he said, O thou of excellent vow, blessed be thou, I am Bhishma, thy slave. At sight of thee, I am freed from all my sins. And saying this, that foremost of virtuous men, Bhishma, restraining speeches stood, O Yudhishthira, in silence and with joined hands. And beholding Bhishma that foremost of the Kurus, reduced and emaciated by the observance of vows and the study of the Vedas, the Muni became filled with joy. Section XXI. Pulastya said, O thou of excellent vows, I have been much gratified with thy humility, thy self-control, and thy truth, thou blessed one versed in morality. O sinless one, it is for this virtue of thine which thou hast acquired from regard to thy ancestors, that I have been gratified with thee, and thou hast, O son, obtained a sight of my person. O Bhishma, my eyes can penetrate into everything. Tell me what I may do for thee. O sinless one, O thou foremost of the Kuru race, I will grant thee whatever thou mayst ask me. Bhishma said, O highly blessed one, when thou who art worshipped by the three worlds hast been gratified with me, and when I have obtained a sight of thy exalted self, I regard myself as already crowned with success. But, O thou foremost of virtuous persons, if I have deserved thy favour, I will tell thee my doubts, and it behoveth thee to dispel them. O Holy One, I have some religious doubts in respect of Tirthas. Speak of those to me in detail. I desire to hear thee. O thou that resemblest to Celestial himself, what is his merit, O regenerate Rishi, who goeth round the whole earth, visiting shrines? O tell me this with certainty. Pulastya said, O son, listen with attention. I will tell thee of the merit which attacheth to Tirthas and which constituteth the refuge of the Rishis. He whose hands and feet and mind and knowledge and asceticism and acts are under wholesome control, enjoyeth the fruits of Tirthas. He who has ceased to accept gifts, he that is contented, he that is free from pride enjoys the fruits of Tirthas. He that is without sin, he that acts without purpose, he that eats light, he that has his senses under control, he that is free from every sin, enjoys the fruits of Tirthas. O king, he that is free from anger, he that adhereth to truth, he that is firm in vows, he that regardeth all creatures as his own self, enjoyeth the fruits of Tirthas. In the Vedas the Rishis have declared in new order the sacrifices and also their fruits here and hereafter truly. O Lord of earth, those sacrifices cannot be accomplished by him that is poor. For those sacrifices require various materials and diverse things in large measures. These, therefore, can be performed by kings or sometimes by other men of prosperity and wealth. O Lord of men, that right, however, which men without wealth, without allies, singly, without wife and children, and destitute of means, are capable of accomplishing, and the merit of which is equal unto the sacred fruits of sacrifices, I will now declare unto thee, thou best of warriors. O thou best of the Bharata race, sojourns in Tirthas which are meritorious and which constitute one of the high mysteries of the Rishis, are even superior to sacrifices. He is a poor man who having gone to a Tirtha hath not fasted for 3 nights, who hath not given away gold, and who hath not distributed kine. Indeed, one acquireth not, by the performance of the Agnishtoma and other sacrifices distinguished by large gifts, that merit which one requireth by a sojourn to a Turther. In the world of men, there is the Turther of the God of gods, celebrated over the 3 worlds by the name of Pushkara, one that sojourneth that becometh equal unto that deity. O high-souled son of the Kuru race, during the 2 twilights and midday there is the presence of 100,000 millions of Turthers in Pushkara. The Adityas, the Vasas, the Rudras, the Satyas, the Maruts, the Gandharvas, and the Apsaras are ever present, O exalted one, in Pushkara. It was there, O king, that the gods, the deities and Brahmarshis, having performed ascetic devotions there, obtain great merit and finally attain to godhood. Men of self-control, by even thinking mentally of Pushkara, were cleansed from their sins, and regarded in heaven. O king, the illustrious grandsire, having the lotus for his seat, had dwelt with great pleasure in this Turther. O blessed one, it was in Pushkara that the gods with the rishis, having acquired of old great merit, finally obtained the highest success. The person who, devoted to the worship of the gods and the Pitris, batheth in this Turther, obtaineth, it hath been said by the wise, merit that is equal to 10 times that of the horse sacrifice. Having gone to the Pushkara woods, he that feedeth even one Brahmana, becometh happy here and hereafter, O Bhishma, for that act. He that supporteth himself on vegetables and roots and fruits, may with pious regard and without disrespect, give even such fare to a Brahmana. And, O best of kings, the man of wisdom, even by such a gift, will acquire the merit of the horse sacrifice. Those illustrious persons among Brahmanas or Kshatriyas or Vaisyas or Sudras that bathe in Pushkara are freed from the obligation of rebirth. That man in special who visits Pushkara on the full moon of the month of Kartika acquireth everlasting regions in the abode of Brahma. He that thinketh with joined hands morning and evening of the Pushkara practically batheth, O Bharata, in every Turther. Whether a male or a female, whatever sins one may commit since birth, are all destroyed as soon as one batheth in Pushkara. As the slayer of Madhu is the foremost of all the celestials, so is Pushkara, O king, the foremost of all Turthers. A man, by residing with purity and regulated vows for 12 years in Pushkara, acquireth the merit of all the sacrifices, and goeth to the abode of Brahma. The merit of one who performeth the Agnihotra for full 100 years is equal to that of him who resideth for the single month of Kartika in Pushkara. There are 3 white hillocks and 3 springs known from the remotest times, we do not know why, by the name of the Pushkara. It is difficult to go to Pushkara, it is difficult to undergo ascetic austerities at Pushkara, it is difficult to give away at Pushkara, and it is difficult to live at Pushkara. Having dwelt for 12 nights at Pushkara with regulated diet and vows, and having walked round the place, one must go to Jamvumaga. One that goeth to Jamvumaga, which is resorted to by the celestials, the rishis, and the Pitris, acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice and the fruition of all his wishes. The man that resideth it for 5 nights, hath his soul cleansed from all sins. He never sinketh into hell, but acquireth high success. Leaving Jamvumaga, one must go to Tanjalikasrama. He that goeth and never sinketh into hell but ascendeth to the abode of Brahma. He that goeth to the lake of Agastya and occupieth himself with the worship of the Pitris and celestials, fasting for 3 nights, acquireth, O king, the fruit of the Agnishtoma. Going thither, he that liveth on vegetables or fruits acquireth the status called Komara. One should next proceed to the beautiful asylum of Kanwa, which is worshipped by the whole world. That sacred wood characterized by holiness, existeth, O bull of the Brata race, from very remote times. As soon as one entereth it, he is freed from all his sins. He who with regulated diet and vows worshippeth the Pitris and the gods there, obtaineth the fruit of the sacrifice that is capable of bestowing the fruition of all one's desires. Having walked round this asylum, one must then go to the spot where Yati fell from heaven. He that goeth thither acquireth the merit of a horse sacrifice. One must then go to Mahakala with regulated diet and senses subdued. And having bathed in the turtha called Koti, one obtaineth the merit of a horse sacrifice. A virtuous man should next proceed to the turtha of Stanu, the husband of known over the 3 worlds by the name of Bhadravata. That best of men who goeth to Bhadravata beholdeth his honour and obtaineth the fruit of a gift of 1,000 kine. And through the grace of Mahadeva, he acquireth the status of Ganapati, blessed with prosperity and peace and high grace. Having arrived then at the Narmada, that river celebrated over the 3 worlds, and given oblations of water to the Baitres and the gods, one acquireth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. He that goeth into the southern ocean, practising the Brahmacharya mode of life, and with senses subdued, acquireth the fruit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice, and ascendeth to heaven. Having arrived at Chamanwati, with regulated diet and senses subdued, one acquireth, at the command of Rantideva, the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. One must then go, O virtuous chief of warriors, to Avyuda, the son of Himravat, where there was a hole through the earth in days of yore. There is the asylum of Vasisthaka, celebrated over the 3 worlds. Having resided for 1 night, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. He that, leading the Brahmacharya mode of life, batheth in the turtha called Pinga, obtaineth, O tiger among kings, the merit of the gift of 100 kapla. One must next go, O king, to that excellent turtha called Prabhasa. The Hutasana is always present in his own person. He, the friend of Pavana, O hero, is the mouth of all the gods. The man that with subdued and sanctified soul batheth in that turtha, obtaineth merit greater than that of the Agnishtoma or Itaritro sacrifices. Proceeding next to the spot where the Saraswati mingleth with the sea, one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine, and heaven also besides, O bull of the Brata race, blazing forth for all time like Agni himself. He that with subdued soul batheth in the turtha of the King of Waters, and giveth oblations of water unto the Baitres and the gods, living there for 3 nights, blazeth forth like the moon, and obtaineth also the fruit of the horse sacrifice. One should next proceed, O best of the Brata, unto the turtha known by the name of Varadana, where the Rishi, Devasa, had given a boon unto Vishnu. A man by bathing in Varadana obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should next proceed with subdued senses and regulated diet to Dwaravati, where by bathing in Pindarika, one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of gold in abundance. O blessed one, it is wonderful to relate that in that turtha, to this day, coins with the mark of the lotus and lotuses also with the mark of the trident are seen. O repressor of heroes, and O bull among men, the presence of Mahadeva is there. Arriving then, O Bharata, at the spot where the Sindh who mingleth with the sea, one should with subdued soul bathe in that turtha of Varana. And bathing there and giving oblations of water to the Baitres, the Rishis, and the gods, one acquireth, O bull of the Brata race, the region of Varana, and blazeth forth in effulgence of his own. Men of wisdom say that, by worshipping the god known by the name of Shankakanswara, one acquireth 10 times the merit of the horse sacrifice. O bull of the Brata race, having walked round that turtha, one should, O thou foremost of the Kuras, go to that turtha celebrated over the 3 worlds and known by the name of Drimi. That turtha cleanseth from every sin, and it is there that the gods, including Brahma, worship Maeswara. Having bathed there and worshipped Rudra surrounded by the other gods, one is freed from all sins since birth. It was there, O best of men, that Drimi was adored by all the gods. Bathing there, O best of men, one obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. O thou with great intelligence, Vishnu the creator of the universe, after slaying the Daityas and Danavas, went thither to purify himself. O virtuous one should next proceed to Vasudhara adored by all. The moment one arrives at that tirtha, one acquireth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. And, O thou best of the chorus, by bathing there with subdued soul and rapt attention, and giving oblations of water unto the gods and the Baitrus, one ascendeth unto the region of Vishnu and is adored there. In that tirtha, O bull of the Brata race, there is a sacred lake of the Vasas. By bathing there and drinking of its water, one becometh regarded of the Vasas. There is a celebrated tirtha of the name of Santatdharma, which destroyeth every sin. O best of men, by bathing there, one acquireth the fruit of the gift of gold in abundance. By arriving at Bhadratanga with sanctified soul and purity of conduct, one acquireth the region of Brahma and a high state of blessedness. There is then the tirtha of the Kumarikas of Indra, that is much resorted to by the Siddhas. O best of men, by bathing there, one obtaineth the region of Indra. In Kumarika there is another tirtha called Renuka, which is also resorted to by the Siddhas. A Brahmana by bathing there would become as bright as the moon. Proceeding next to the tirtha called the Panchananda, with subdued sense and regulated diet, one obtaineth the fruit of the 5 sacrifices that have been mentioned one after another in the scriptures. Then, O king, one should go to the excellent region of Bhima. O best of the Bratas, by bathing in the tirtha there, that is called Yoni, a man, in his next birth, becometh, O king, the son of a goddess, bearing earrings decked with pearls, and obtaineth also the merit of the gift of 100,000 kine. Proceeding next to Saraikunda, celebrated over the 3 worlds and worshipping the grandsire, one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine. O virtuous one should then go to the excellent tirtha called Dvaimala, where to this day may be seen fishes of golden and silver hues. By bathing there, one soon acquireth the region of Vasava, and his soul being cleansed from every sin, he attaineth to a high state of blessedness. Proceeding next to Vitasta and giving oblations of water unto the Baitrus and the gods, a man, O Bharata, obtaineth the fruit of the Vajrapaya sacrifice. That sin-destroying tirtha known by the name of Vitasta is situate in the country of the Kasmiras and is the abode of the Nagatakshaka. Bathing there, a man certainly obtaineth the fruit of the Vajrapaya sacrifice, and his soul cleansed from every sin, he attaineth to a high state of blessedness. One should next proceed to Vadava celebrated over the 3 worlds. Bathing there with due rites in the evening, one should offer rice boiled in butter and milk, according to the best of his might, unto the deity of 7 flames. Men of wisdom say that a gift made here in honor of the Baitrus becometh inexhaustible. The Rishis, the Baitrus, the gods, the Gandharvas, several tribes of Apsaras, the Gaikas, the Kinnaras, the Yakshas, the Siddhas, the Vihayadaras, the Rakshasas, Daityas, Rudras, and Brahma himself, O king, having with subdued senses, accepted a course of austerities for 1,000 years in order to move Vishnu to grace, cooked rice in milk and butter and gratified Kesava with oblations, each offered with 7 ricks. And, O king, the gratified Kesava thereupon conferred on them the 8-fold attributes called Aivarya and other objects that they desired. And having bestowed upon them these, that god disappeared in their sight like lightning in the clouds. And it is for this, O Bharata, that tirtha became known by the name of Saptakaru, and if one offereth charu that to the 7-flamed deity, he obtaineth merit superior to that of the gift of 100,000 kine, to that of 100 Rajasuya sacrifices, as also of 100 horse sacrifices. Leaving Vadava, O king, one should then proceed to Rudrapada, and beholding Mahadeva the one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. proceeding then, with subdued soul and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, to Manamat, and residing there for one night, one acquireth, O king, the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. One should then go, O king, to Devaka celebrated over the whole world. It was there, O bull of Bharata race, that, as heard by us, the Brahmanas first sprang into existence. There also is the region of the holder of the trident, a region that is celebrated over the world. Having bathed in Devaka and worshipped Mahabharata by offering him, to the best of one's might, rice boiled in milk and butter, a man obtaineth, O bull of the Bharata race, the merit of the sacrifice that is capable of filling every desire. There also is another tirtha of Rudra called Kamakaya, which is much resorted to by the gods. Bathing there, a man speedily obtaineth success. By touching also the water of Yajna, Brahmavaluka, and Pushpamva, one becometh free from sorrow in afterlife. The learned have said that the sacred tirtha of Devaka, the resort of the gods and the rishis, is 5 yojanas in length and half a yojana in breadth. One should then, in due order, proceed, O king, to Durgasitra. There the gods with Brahma at the head, the siddhas, and the greatest rishis, with regulated vows and the recitation and acceptance of the preliminary pledge, perform the long-extending sacrifice. O king, by going only to Durgasitra, O repressor of foes, one obtaineth merit that is superior, O Bharata, to that of the Rajasuya or the horse sacrifice. One should next proceed with subdued senses and regulated diet to Vinasna, where Saraswati disappearing on the breast of Maru, Riyaprith at Chermasa, Shivadbida and Nagadbida. Bathing in Chermasadbida, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Bathing in Shivadbida, one acquireth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. And bathing in Nagadbida, one obtaineth the region of the Nagas. One should proceed, next, to the inaccessible tirtha of Shaisyana, where the grains, O Bharata, disappearing in the form of sasas, reappear every year in the month of Kartika, and bathe, O blessed chief of the Bharata race, in the Sasawati. Bathing there, O tiger among men, one blazeth forth like the moon, and obtaineth, O bull of the Bharata race, the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should next proceed, O thou of the Kuru race, to Kumarakoti, with subdued senses, and bathing there, worship the gods and the Puris. By doing this, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 10,000 kine, and raiseth all his ancestors to higher regions. One should next, O virtuous one, proceed with subdued soul to Rudrakoti, where in olden days, O king, 10 millions of munis had assembled. And, O king, filled with great joy at the prospect of beholding Mahadeva, the rishis assembled there, each saying, I will first behold the god. I will first behold the god. And, O king, in order to prevent disputes amongst those rishis of subdued souls, the Lord of Yoga, by the help of his yoga power, multiplied himself into 10 million forms, and stood before every one of them. And every one of these rishis said, I have seen him first. And gratified, O king, with the deep devotion of those munis of subdued souls, Mahadeva granted them a boon, saying, From this day your righteousness shall grow. And, O tiger among men, one that bathes, with it bemind, and Rudrakoti obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and delivereth his ancestors. One should next proceed, O king, to that highly sacred and celebrated region where the Saraswati mingles with the sea. Thither, O king, the gods with Brahma at their head and rishis with wealth of asceticism repair for adoring Kesava on the 14th day of the lighted fortnight of the month of Chaitra. Bathing there, O tiger among men, one obtaineth the merit of giving away gold in abundance, and his soul being cleansed from every sin, he ascendeth to the region of Brahma. It is there, O king, that the rishis have completed many a sacrifice. by a trip to that spot one obtaineth the merit of the gifts of 1,000 kine. Section XXI. Pulastier said, one should next proceed, O king, to the adored Kurukshetra, at sight of which all creatures are freed from their sins. He is freed from all sins who constantly saith, I will live in Kurukshetra. The very dust of Kurukshetra, conveyed by the wind, leadeth the sinful man to a blessed course in afterlife. They that dwell in Kurukshetra, which lieth to the south of the Saraswati and the north of the Drishadwati, are said to dwell in heaven. O hero, one should reside there, O thou foremost of warriors, for a month. There, O Lord of earth, the gods with Brahma at the head, the Rishis, the Siddhas, the Charanas, the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, the Yakshas and the Nagas, often repair, O Bharata, to the highly sacred Brahmakstra. O foremost of warriors, the sins of one that desireth to repair to Kurukshetra even mentally are all destroyed, and he finally goeth into the region of Brahma. O son of the Kuru race, by repairing to Kurukshetra in a pious frame of mind, one obtaineth the fruit of the Rajasuya and horse sacrifices. By saluting next the Yaksha called Mankanika, that mighty gatekeeper of Guvara, Q obtaineth the fruit of giving away 1,000 kine. O virtuous king, one should next repair to the excellent region of Vishnu, where Hari is always present. Bathing there and bowing down unto Hari, the creator of the three worlds, one obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice and repaireth to the abode of Vishnu. One should next repair to Pariplava, the Tirtha celebrated over the three worlds, and, bathing there, O Bharata, one obtaineth merit that is greater than that of the Agnishtoma and the Atratra sacrifices. Repairing next to the Tirtha called Prithivi, one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine. The pilgrim should next, O king, proceed to Shalukini, and bathing there in the Dasaswamda, one obtaineth the merit of 10 horse sacrifices. Proceeding next to Sapadavi, that excellent Tirtha of the Nagas, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice and attaineth to the region of the Nagas. O virtuous one should next proceed to Taranchuka, the gatekeeper, and residing there for one night one obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Proceeding next with subdued senses and regulated diet to Panchananda and bathing in the Tirtha there, called Koti, one obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. Proceeding then to the Tirtha of the twin winds one obtaineth personal beauty. O virtuous one should next proceed to the excellent Tirtha called Varaha, where Vishnu formerly stood in the form of a boar. Bathing the one obtaineth, O foremost of men, the merit of the horse sacrifice. One should next, O king, repair to the Tirtha called Sama in Jayanti. Bathing there one obtaineth the merit of Rajasuya sacrifice. By bathing in a Gohansa, a man obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. O king, a pilgrim repairing to Kritasoka obtaineth the lotus-eyed deity, Vishnu, and perfect purity of soul. One should next proceed to Manjavata, that spot sacred to the illustrious Sthanu. Residing there without food for one night, one obtaineth the status called Ganapatiya. There, O king, is the celebrated Tirtha called Yakshini. O king, repairing to that Tirtha and bathing there, one obtaineth fruition of all his desires. O bull of the Brata race, that Tirtha is regarded as the gate of Kurukshetra. The pilgrim should with concentrated soul walk round it. Equal unto the Pushkaras, it was created by the Haisudrama, the son of Jamadani. Bathing there and worshipping the Pitras and the gods, one obtaineth, O king, the merit of the horse sacrifice and becometh successful in everything. The pilgrim should next repair with concentrated soul to the Mahabharata. There, O king, the heroic Rama of resplendent energy, exterminating the Kshatriyas by his might, dug 5 lakes and filled them, O tiger among men, with the blood of his victims, as heard by us. And having filled those lakes with Kshatriya blood, Rama offered oblations of blood to his sires and grandsires. Gratified with the oblations, those rishis then addressed Rama and said, O Rama, O Rama, O thou of great good fortune, we have been gratified with thee, O thou of the brute race, for this thy regard for the Pythrus, and thy prowess, O exalted one. Blessed be thou and ask thou the boon thou choosest. What is that thou desirest, O thou of great splendour? Thus addressed by them, Rama, that foremost of smiters, said with joined hands these words unto the Pythrus, stationed in the firmament, if ye have been gratified with me, if I have deserved your favour, I desire this favour of the Pythrus, viz., that I may have pleasure again in ascetic austerities. Let me also, through your power, be freed from the sin I have committed by exterminating, from wrath, the Kshatriya race. Let also my lakes become tirthas celebrated over the world. The Pythrus, hearing these blessed words of Rama, were highly gratified, and filled with joy they answered him, saying, Let thy asceticism increase in consequence of thy regard for the Pythrus. Thou hast exterminated the Kshatriyas from wrath. Freed art thou already from that sin, for they have perished as a consequence of their own misdeeds. Without doubt, these lakes of thine will become tirthas. And if one, bathing in these lakes, offreth oblations of the water thereof to the Pythrus, the latter gratified with him will grant him desire, difficult of fulfillment in the world as also eternal heaven. O King, having granted him these boons, the Pythrus joyfully saluted Rama of the brute race and disappeared therein then. It was thus that the lakes of the illustrious Rama of the brute race became sacred. Leading a Brahmacharya mode of life and observing sacred vows, one should bathe in the lakes of Rama. Bathing therein and worshipping Rama, one obtaineth, O King, the merit of gift of gold in abundance. Proceeding next, O son of the Kuru race, to Vansamilaka, a pilgrim by bathing there, raiseth, O King, his own race. O best of the Bharatas, arriving next at the tirtha called Kayasodhana, and bathing there, one purifieth, without doubt, his body, and proceeded with purified body to the blessed region of unrivalled excellence. One should next repair, O virtuous one, to the tirtha, celebrated over the three worlds, called Lokodara, where formerly Vishnu of great prowess had created the worlds. Arriving at that tirtha which is adored by the three worlds, one earneth, O King, by bathing there, numerous worlds for himself. Repairing next with subdued soul to the tirtha called Sri, one acquires, by bathing the and worshipping the Pythrus and the gods, high prosperity. Leading a Brahmacharya mode of life and with concentrated soul, one should proceed next to the tirtha called Kapila. Bathing the and worshipping one's own Pythrus and the gods, a man earneth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 Kapila. Repairing next to the tirtha called Surya and bathing the with subdued soul and worshipping the Pythrus and the gods, fasting all the while, one obtaineth the fruit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice and goeth, finally, to the region of the Sunday. The pilgrim by proceeding next to Gopavana and bathing there obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. O son of the Kuru race, a pilgrim by repairing then to the tirtha called Shankini and bathing in the Devi tirtha that is there, obtaineth high prowess. O King, one should then proceed to the tirtha called Tarandaka situated in the Saraswati and belonging to the illustrious chief of the Yakshas who is one of the gatekeepers of Kuvara. O King, bathing there one obtaineth the fruit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. O virtuous King, one should next repair to the tirtha called Brahmavata. Bathing in Brahmavata, one ascendeth to the abode of Brahma. O King, one should then repair to the excellent tirtha called Sutirtha. Though the Pythrus are ever present along with the gods, one should bathe there and worship the Pythrus and the gods. By so doing, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and goeth, finally, into the region of the Pythrus. It is for this O virtuous one, that suit to the situate in ambiguity is regarded as so excellent. And, O thou best of the Bharata race, having bathed in the turtha of Kasiswara, one becometh freed from all diseases and is adored in the abode of Brahma. There, in that turtha, is another called Madri. One that bathes in Madri turtha hath a large progeny and obtaineth, O king, great prosperity. One should next proceed with subdued sense and regulated diet to the turtha called Shatavana. And, O great king, it hath been seen that one merit of that turtha which rarely belongs to any other, is that one only going thither obtaineth holiness. By casting off his hair in that turtha one acquireth, O Bharata, great sanctity. There, in that turtha, is another called Shwavnlamapaha, where, O tiger among men, and chief of the Bharata race, learned Brahmanas that go to turthas obtain great satisfaction by a dip into its waters. Good Brahmanas, O king, by casting off their hair in that turtha acquire holiness by pranayama and finally attain to a high state. There, O king, in that turtha is also another called Dasaswamdika. Bathing there, O tiger among men, one attains to a high state. One should next proceed, O king, to the celebrated turtha called Manusha where, O king, a number of black antelopes afflicted by the hunter's arrows, plunging into its waters, were transformed into human beings. Bathing in that turtha, leading a brahmacharya mode of life and with concentrated soul, a man becomes freed from all his sins and is adored in heaven. Distant by a Akrosa, O king, to the east of Manusha there is a river celebrated by the name of Apaga that is restored to by the Siddhas. The man that offreth there the Simaka grain in honour of the gods and the Baitrus acquireth great religious merit. And if one Brahmana is fed there, it becomes equivalent to feeding 10 millions of Brahmanas. Having bathed in that turtha and worshipped the gods and the Baitrus and resided there for one night, a man obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. One should then repair, O king, to that excellent region of Brahma which, O Bharata, is known on earth by the name of Brahmodamvara. Bathing in the tank of the 7 rishis that is there, O bull among men, with pure mind and subdued soul, as also in the turtha called Kedara of the high Suldkapla, and beholding Brahma who is there, one's soul being purified from all sins, one goeth to the abode of Brahma. Proceeding next to the inaccessible turtha called Kedara of Kapla, and burning one's sins by ascetic penances, one acquireth the power of disappearance at will. One should next proceed, O king, to the celebrated turtha called Saraka, and beholding Mahadeva there on the 14th day of the dark fortnight, one obtaineth all his wishes and goeth also into heaven. O son of the Kuru race, in Saraka and Rudrakoti, as also in the well and the lakes that are there, 30 millions of turthas are present. There in that turtha, O chief of the Bharatas, is another called Ilaspada. Bathing there and worshipping the gods and the Pitris, one never sinketh into hell but obtaineth the fruit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. Repairing next to Kindana and Kinjapya, one acquireth, O Bharata, the merit of giving away in measureless abundance and the infinite recitation of prayers. Repairing next to the turtha called Glassy and bathing the devoutly and with the senses under control, a man obtaineth the fruit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. To the east of Saraka, O chief of the Kurus, there is an auspicious turtha known by the name of Anajalma, of the high-souled Narada. He that bathes there, O Bharata, obtaineth, after death, at the command of Narada various unrivalled regions. One should next proceed, on the 10th day of the lighted fortnight, to the turtha called Pundarika. Bathing there, O king, one obtaineth the merit of the Pundarika sacrifice. One should next proceed to the turtha called Dripashtapa that is known over the 3 worlds. Therein that turtha is the sacred and sin-destroying river called Vaitarani. bathing the and adoring the god known by the mark of the bull and holding the trident in his hand, one's soul being purified from every sin, one attaineth to the highest state. One should next proceed, O king, to the excellent Tirtha called Phalakivana. Therein that Tirtha the gods, O monarch, having been present, performed their ascetic austerities extending for many thousand years. One should then proceed to the Drishadwati, bathing the and worshipping the gods. One obtaineth, O Bharata, merit that is superior to that of both the Agnishtoma and the Ataratra sacrifices. O chief of the Bharatas, bathing in that Tirtha called Savadeva, a man obtaineth, O king, the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Bathing next in the Tirtha called Panikata and worshipping all the gods, a man obtaineth merit that is superior to that of both the Agnishtoma and the Ataratra sacrifices, besides acquiring that of the Rajasuya sacrifice and finally going into the region of the Rishis. One should next proceed, O virtuous one, to that excellent Tirtha called Misruka. There, O tiger among kings, it hath been heard by us that the high Sudvyasa, for the sake of the Brahmanas, hath mixed all the Tirthas. He, therefore, that bathes in Misruka really bathes in all the Tirtha. One should next proceed with subdued senses and regulated diet, to the Tirtha called Dvyasavana. Bathing in the Tirtha called Manajava that is there, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. Proceeding next to the Devi Tirtha that is in Madhavati, one that bathes there and worships the gods and the Baitrus obtains at the command of the goddess the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. Proceeding with regulated diet, he that bathes in the confluence of the Kausiki and the Drishadwati, becometh free from all his sins. One should next proceed to Vyasasthaluvyasa of great intelligence, burning with grief for his son had resolved to cast off his body but was cheered again by the gods. Proceeding to that spot of Vyasa, one obtaineth the merit of 1,000 kine. O son of the Kuru race, proceeding next to the well-called Kindata, he that throweth into it a measure of sesame, is freed from all his debts and obtaineth his success. Bathing in the Tirtha called Vidi, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. There are two other celebrated Tirthas called Dahas and Sadina. Bathing there, O tiger among men, one goeth to the region of the Sunday. One should next proceed to the Tirtha called Mrigadhuma that is celebrated throughout the 3 worlds. One should bathe there, O king, in Ganga. Bathing there and worshipping Mahadeva, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Bathing next in the Devi Tirtha, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should then proceed to Vamanaga celebrated over the 3 worlds. Bathing there in Vaishnupada and worshipping Vamana, one's soul being purified from every sin, one goeth to the abode of Vishnu. Bathing next in Kulampana, one sanctifieth his own race. Proceeding then to the Pavanarada, that excellent Tirtha of the Marutas, and bathing there, O king and tiger among men, one becometh adored in the region of the wind god. Bathing in the Amararada and worshipping with devotion the chief of the celestials, one becometh adored in heaven and courseth, seated on an excellent car, in the company of the immortals. O best of great men, bathing next with due rites in the Tirtha called Sali Surya of Salihadra, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. O best of the Bharatas, there is a Tirtha called Srikanja in the Saraswati. Bathing there, O best of men, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. O son of the Kuru race, one should next repair to Naimishakanja. O king, the rishis engaged in ascetic austerities in the woods of Naimisha had, in days of old, taking the vow of pilgrimage, gone to Kurukshetra. There, on the banks of the Saraswati, O chief of the Bharatas, a grove was made, which might serve for a resting spot for themselves, and which was highly gratifying to them. Bathing in the Saraswati there, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. One should next proceed, O virtuous one, to the excellent Tirtha called Kanya. Bathing there one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should next proceed to the excellent Tirtha of Brahma. Bathing there, a person of the 3 inferior orders obtaineth the status of a Brahmana, and if one be a Brahmana, his soul being purified from every sin, he attaineth to the highest state. One should then, O best of men, proceed to the excellent Tirtha called Soma. Bathing there, O king, one obtaineth the region of Soma. One should next proceed, O king, to the Tirtha called Saptasaraswata, where the celebrated Rishi, Mankanika, has obtained ascetic success. O king, it hath been heard by us that in days of old Mankanika, having cut his hand with a pointed blade of the kusa grass, there flowed from his wound vegetable juice, instead of blood. And beholding vegetable juice flow from his wound, the Rishi began to dance with wonder-expanded eyes. And as the Rishi danced, all the mobile and immobile creatures also, overwhelmed with his prowess, began to dance with him. Then, O king, the gods with Brahma at their head and Rishis endued with the wealth of asceticism moved by the act of Mankanika, represented the matter to Mahadeva, saying, It behoveth thee, O God, to act in such a way that this Rishi may not dance. Thus addressed, Mahadeva, with heart filled with joy, approached the dancing Rishi, and moved by the desire of doing good to the gods, said, O great Rishi, O virtuous one, why dost thou dance? O bull among Munis, what can be the reason of this thy present joy? The Rishi answered, O best of Brahmanas, I am an ascetic that tread the path of virtue. Dost thou not behold, O Brahmana, that vegetable juice floweth from the wound in my hand? Filled with great joy at sight of this, I am dancing. Addressing the Rishi blinded by emotion, the god laughingly said, O Brahmana, I do not wonder at this. Behold me. Having said this, O best of men, Mahadeva, O sinless king, pressed his thumb by the tip of his own finger. And, lo, from the wound thus inflicted, there came out ashes white as snow. And beholding this, O king, that Muni became ashamed and fell at the feet of the god. And believing that there was nothing better and greater than the god Rudra, he began to adore him in these words. O holder of the trident, thou art the refuge of the celestials and the asuras, of, indeed, the universe. By thee have been created the 3 worlds with their mobile and immobile beings. It is thou again that swallowest everything at the end of the Yuga. Thou art incapable of being known by the gods themselves, far less by me. O sinless one, the gods with Brahma at their heads are all displayed in thee. Thou art all, the Creator himself and the Ordainer of the worlds. It is by thy grace that all the gods sport without anxiety or fear. And adoring Mahadeva thus the Rishi also said, O God of gods, grant me thy grace, so that my asceticism may not diminish. Then that god of cheerful soul answered the regenerate Rishi, saying, Let thy asceticism, O Brahmana, increase 1,000-fold through my grace. And, O great Muni, I shall dwell with thee in this thy asylum. Bathing in Saptasaraswata, they that will worship me, shall be able to attain everything here and hereafter. And, without doubt, they shall all attain to the Saraswata region in the end. Having said this, Mahadeva disappeared then and there. After visiting Saraswata, one should proceed to Osanas celebrated over the 3 worlds. There, O Bharata, the gods with Brahma at the head, and Rishis endued with wealth of asceticism, and the illustrious Kartikya, were ever present during 2 twilights and the midday, impelled by the desire of doing good to Bhargava. Therein that Tirtha is another called Kapalimakana, which cleanseth from every sin. O tiger among men, bathing the one is cleansed from every sin. One should then proceed to the Tirtha called Agni. Bathing there, O bull among men, One obtaineth the regions of Agni and raiseth his own race from lower regions. Therein that other is another, O chief of the Bharatas, that belongeth to Viswamitara. Bathing there, O best of men, one obtaineth the status of a Brahmana. Proceeding next to Brahma only in purity of body and with subdued soul, one obtaineth, O tiger among men, by bathing there, the abode of Brahma, and sanctifieth, without doubt, his own race to the 7th generation up and down. One should next proceed, O king, to the Tirtha celebrated over the 3 worlds, which is called Prithudaka, belonging to Kartikeya. One should bathe there and occupy oneself in the worship of the Baitrus and the gods. Whatever evil hath been committed, knowingly or unknowingly, by man or woman, impelled by human motives, is all destroyed, O Bharata, by a bath in that Tirtha. Bathing the one obtaineth, 2, the merit of the horse sacrifice and heaven also. The learned have said that Kurukshetra is holy, that holier than Kurukshetra is the Saraswati, that holier than the Saraswati are all the Tirthas together, and that holier than all the Tirthas together is Prithudaka. He that engaged in the recitation of prayers casteth off his body at Prithudaka, which is the best of all Tirthas, becometh an immortal. It hath been sung by Sanat Kumara and by the high Sudvyasa, and it is in the Vedas also, that one should, O king, go to Prithudaka, with subdued soul. O son of Kuru race, there is no Tirtha which is superior to Prithudaka. Without doubt, that Tirtha is purifying, holy and sin-destroying. O best of men, it hath been said by learned persons that men, however sinful, by bathing in Prithudaka, go to heaven. O best of the Bharatas, therein that Tirtha is another called Madhu's river. Bathing there, O king, one obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. One should then proceed, O king, to that celebrated and sacred Tirtha where the Saraswati uniteth with the Arana. One that batheth there, having fasted for 3 nights, is cleansed of even the sin of slaying a Brahmana, and obtaineth also merit that is superior to that of either the Agnishtoma or a Taratro sacrifice, and rescueth his race to the 7th generation up and down. Therein that Tirtha is another, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, that is called Ardhakla. From compassion for the Brahmanas, the Tirtha was made by Darby in days of old. Without doubt, by vows, by investiture of the sacred, by fasts, by rites and by mantras, one becometh a Brahmana. O bull among men, it hath been seen, however, by learned persons of old that even one destitute of rites and mantras, by only bathing in the Tirtha becometh learned and endued with the merit of vows. Darby had also brought hither the 4 oceans. O best of men, one that batheth here, never meeteth with distress hereafter, and obtaineth also the merit of giving away 4,000 kine. One should next repair, O virtuous one, to the Tirtha called Siddhasahasraka. Near to this is another called Sahasraka. Both are celebrated, and one that batheth in them, obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Fasts and gifts the multiply 1,000-fold. One should next proceed, O king, to the excellent Tirtha called Renuka. One should bathe there and worship the Baitrus and the gods. By this, cleansed from every sin, he obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Bathing next in the Tirtha called Vimakana with passions and senses under control, one is cleansed from all the sins generated by the acceptance of gifts. With senses under control and practicing the Brahmacharya mode of life, one should next repair to the woods of Panchavati. By a sojourn thither, one earneth much virtue and becometh adored in the regions of the virtuous. One should next go to the Tirtha of Varuna called Dijasa, blazing in effulgence of its own. Therein that Tirtha is the Lord of Yoga, Stana himself, having for his vehicle the bull. He that sojourneth there, obtaineth success by worshipping the God of gods. It was there that the gods, with Brahma at the head and rishis endued with wealth of asceticism, installed Gaia as the generalissimo of the celestials. To the east of that Tirtha is another, O perpetuator of Kuru race, that is called Kuru Tirtha. With senses under control and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, he that bathes in Kuru Tirtha becometh cleansed of all his sins and obtaineth the region of Brahma. With subdued senses and regulated diet one should next proceed to Svargadwara. Sojourning thither, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice and goeth to the abode of Brahma. The pilgrim should then, O king, proceed to the Tirtha called Anaraka. Bathing there, O king, one never meeteth with distress hereafter. There, O king, Brahma himself with the other gods having Narayana at the head, is ever present, O tiger among men. And, O royal son of the Kuru race, the wife also of Rudra is present there. Beholding the goddess, one never meeteth with distress hereafter. There in that Tirtha, O king, is also an image of Viswara, the lord of Ama. Beholding the god of gods there, one is cleansed of all his sins. Beholding also the image of Narayana from whose navel had sprung the lotus, one blazeth forth, O royal repressor of all foes, and goeth to the abode of Vishnu. O bull among men, he that batheth in the Tirthas of all the gods, is exempted from every sorrow and blazeth forth like the moon. The pilgrim should next proceed, O king, to Swastipura. By walking around that place, one obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Arriving next at the Tirtha called Pavana, one should offer oblations to the Pitras and the gods. By this, he obtaineth, O Bharata, the merit